Fellow citizens of the United States, in compliance with a custom as old as the government itself, I appear before you to address you briefly and to take, in your presence, the oath prescribed by the Constitution of the United States to be taken by the President before he enters on the execution of his office. Apprehension seems to exist among the people of the southern states that by the accession of a Republican administration, their property and their peace and personal security are to be endangered. There has never been any reasonable cause for such apprehension. Indeed, the most ample evidence to the contrary has all the while existed and been open to their inspection. It is found in nearly all the published speeches of him who now addresses you. I do but quote from one of those speeches when I declare that I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. Those who nominated and elected me did so with full knowledge that I had made this and many similar declarations and had never recanted them. In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors. You have no oath registered in heaven to destroy the government, while I shall have the most solemn one to preserve, protect, and defend it.
How did it come to this, that a duly elected American president should plead with his fellow citizens to not become the aggressors? When did the American experiment go so far awry that half the nation sat poised on the edge of violent insurrection? How far back can we trace this schism in our own self-identity, in which we were a beacon of liberty to the world, yet drove millions of slaves to toil beneath the lash? Slavery in America was older than the nation itself, born among the colonies of European nations. During the lead-up to the American Revolution, Jefferson and others criticized Britain for creating slavery in the colonies. The new Constitution denigrated slaves with its 3/5 clause by counting each as less than a whole person. But it also set an end date for the international trade in slaves. And in the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, the Congress had sectioned off an enormous territory and declared that this portion of land should be forever free. Things changed with the invention of the cotton gin. Eli Whitney's invention didn't take all of the intense labor out of cotton. It removed the time-consuming bottleneck of combing cotton, which meant that now cotton plantations could process enormous amounts of cotton far more quickly than ever before. Which meant that those plantations needed to get more cotton out of the fields faster. And to do that cheaply, they needed slaves. The growth in slavery driven by cotton changed slavery from a British-created institution that Thomas Jefferson could claim had been forced upon the colonies into a truly American engine of industry. By 1850, about 75% of American slaves were in the service of King Cotton.
Steal away, steal away to Jesus. Steal away.
Paralleling the rise of cotton was the growth of the abolitionists. Initially, the abolitionist movement was limited to Quakers, who persuaded members to give up their slaves. Following the American Revolution, the movement grew, with more and more people calling for the end of slavery. In the years leading up to the Civil War, abolitionists such as William Lloyd Garrison and Frederick Douglass insisted that, over time, former slaves and their progeny would become assimilated into American society. Against the flood of abolitionists, there stood a wall of Southern planters and their representatives in the Congress and the Senate. South Carolina Senator James Henry Hammond, who crowned Cotton King, and before him, South Carolina Senator John C. Calhoun were among the most prominent voices. In the 1830s and 40s, Calhoun led the pro-slavery faction in the Senate. He directly opposed abolitionism and was a major advocate of the 1850 Fugitive Slave Law. Calhoun is perhaps most famous, or infamous, for his 1837 speech on the Senate floor in which he described slavery not as a necessary evil, but as a positive good.
Abolition and the Union cannot coexist. As the friend of the Union, I openly proclaim it, and the sooner it is known, the better. We of the South cannot surrender our institutions. To maintain the existing relations between the two races inhabiting that section of the Union is indispensable to the peace and happiness of both. The relation now existing in the slave-holding states between the two races is, instead of an evil, a good, a positive good.
In 1850, Calhoun was a major supporter of the Fugitive Slave Act. This new law would serve to galvanize opponents of slavery, driving the wedge between North and South even deeper. The original Fugitive Slave Act in 1793 had made it illegal to give aid to runaway slaves. However, that law left responsibility for enforcement to the states. Under the new law, however, all fugitive slave cases would be handled by federal officials. Not surprisingly, it is believed that many free blacks were caught up in this act, captured by agents working for Southern planters and unable to offer a word in their own defense. Also, unsurprisingly, this law outraged abolitionists such as Harriet Beecher Stowe. Stowe was infuriated, believing the law sought to make her complicit in an immoral system. Her sister-in-law, Isabella Porter Beecher, wrote to Stowe, "If I could use a pen like you, Hattie, I would write something that would show the entire world what an accursed thing slavery is." Stowe, already a writer, resolved to do just that. The result was successful beyond anyone's expectations. Written in 1851 as a serial story published in the anti-slavery newspaper, The National Era, Uncle Tom's Cabin was collected and sold as a book in 1852. It sold 300,000 copies within a year and 2 million in 2 years. Telling the story of slaves suffering under, escaping from, and dying in slavery, Stowe's book spread her own outrage into the hearts and minds of millions of readers. The dividing line between North and South grew ever sharper, and it was drawn on the issue of slavery. As the U.S. gained more and more territory, expanding westward according to its manifest destiny, disagreements became arguments. Arguments became fights. Fights became battles. And eventually, battles became war. Introduced by Democratic Senator Stephen Douglas of Illinois, the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 changed the rules for determining whether a territory would be slave or free. Under the concept known as popular sovereignty, the residents of each territory would get to vote to decide whether slavery would be permitted. That is, the white male residents would get to vote on whether peoples other than themselves could be enslaved. The act specifically repealed that part of the Missouri Compromise that outlawed slavery north of the line drawn in 1820. Stephen Douglas hoped that this would win him the support of Southerners. His eye was on an eventual bid for the presidency. But he did not consider the degree of opposition the bill would face in the North. In particular, he had no inkling of the future of one man in particular who would be energized by this act: Abraham Lincoln.
I was losing interest in politics when the repeal of the Missouri Compromise aroused me again.
The Kansas-Nebraska Act was the impetus for the first round of the Lincoln-Douglas debates that launched Lincoln's national political career and carved out his views on slavery.
I think, and shall try to show, that it is wrong. Wrong in its direct effect, letting slavery into Kansas and Nebraska, and wrong in its prospective principle, allowing it to spread to every other part of the wide world where men can be found inclined to take it. This declared indifference for the spread of slavery I cannot but hate. I hate it because of the monstrous injustice of slavery itself. I hate it because it deprives our Republican example of its just influence in the world, enables the enemies of free institutions with plausibility to taunt us as hypocrites, causes the real friends of freedom to doubt our sincerity, and especially because it forces so many really good men amongst ourselves into an open war with the very fundamental principles of civil liberty, criticizing the Declaration of Independence and insisting that there is no right principle of action but self-interest.
Despite the opposition of Lincoln and many others, the Kansas-Nebraska Act passed, signed into law on May 30th, 1854. The question of slavery in each territory would be determined by the vote of the people living there. And so the stage was set for the most strident, short-tempered, zealous, and potentially violent proponents of both slavery and abolition to marshal their forces and run to Kansas to swell the ranks of voters for their side in hopes of winning the state. Pro-slavery settlers moved in from Missouri, with some showing up just long enough to vote. Meanwhile, abolitionist societies back east were funding settlers to add their anti-slavery votes. Thousands of pro- and anti-slavery men and families moved to Kansas, planning to wage war at the ballot box, but also armed for a more physical confrontation. Tensions rose, and political chicanery became open violence. On May 21st, 1856, a group of about 800 border ruffians entered the town of Lawrence, Kansas, which was under the control of Free State settlers. They blocked off all roads out of town, preventing escape. Under a flag inscribed "Southern Rights," they smashed the printing presses in the town's 2 printing offices and threw the type into the river. They then set fire to the Free State Hotel. Hundreds more would be killed in the War of Bushwhackers in Kansas. But in 1859, Free Soilers were able to elect a majority of the delegates to the territory's Constitutional Convention, and in January 1861, Kansas was admitted as a free state. Less than a year after these incidents in Kansas, the issue of Congress setting aside territories as being slave or free rose again. The case was Dred Scott versus Sanford, in which the court further declared that persons of African descent, slave or free, were not citizens of the United States. Scott sued for his freedom in 1846. The case wound its way through courts over the years, finally landing in the U.S. Supreme Court in 1856, whose members included 5 slaveholders. Chief Justice Roger Taney wrote the majority opinion, declaring that Dred Scott and all persons of African descent could not be citizens of the United States, even if they were recognized as citizens of an individual state. Therefore, Scott could not sue in federal court, and the Supreme Court had no jurisdiction over the case. The immediate consequence of the decision was that Dred Scott and his family failed to secure their freedom in court. As Lincoln said in his House Divided speech in 1858,
"Such a decision is all that slavery now lacks of being alike lawful in all the states. Such decision is probably coming and will soon be upon us unless the power of the present political dynasty shall be met and overthrown."
In that same speech, Lincoln foresaw the coming Civil War.
"A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the Union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall, but I do expect it will cease to be divided. It will become all one thing or all the other. Either the opponents of slavery will arrest the further spread of it and place it where the public mind shall rest in the belief that it is in the course of ultimate extinction, or its advocates will push it forward till it shall become alike lawful in all the states, old as well as new, north as well as south."
A veteran of the fighting in bloody Kansas would help divide the House further with his next and final militant effort against pro-slavery forces. In Kansas, in 1856, John Brown and his sons had led the Potawatomi Massacre, in which supporters of slavery were dragged from their homes and slaughtered with a broadsword. In 1859, John Brown focused his attention on a new target, the government armory and arsenal at Harper's Ferry. He planned to use those weapons to arm what he expected to be an army of fugitive slaves that would join him. But he failed to convince one important escaped slave. John Brown had long been a friend of Frederick Douglass. Douglass had preached pacifism prior to 1850, but in the wake of the Fugitive Slave Law, he believed that who would be free must himself strike the first blow. Brown appealed to Douglass to join him in the raid. Douglass tried to talk Brown out of the mission, but failed. He later said,
"I told him, finally, that he was going into a steel trap from which there was no escape, and that I did not see it as my duty to follow him."
Douglass's prediction was correct. John Brown's mission was a failure. Half his men were killed during the raid, including one of Brown's sons. Most of the others, including John Brown himself, were captured and hanged. 4 men escaped, including another of Brown's sons. John Brown died by hanging on December 2nd, 1859. This was one more event to shock the consciences of the American people and to put them into opposing camps on the rightness of Brown's cause, if not his methods. The raid on Harper's Ferry would be seen by many as the first shots fired in the Civil War. Decades later, Frederick Douglass would ask an audience about the success of John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry.
If John Brown did not end the war that ended slavery, he did at least begin the war that ended slavery. Until this blow was struck, the prospect for freedom was dim, shadowy, and uncertain. The irrepressible conflict was one of words, votes, and compromises. When John Brown stretched forth his arm, the sky was cleared. The time for compromises was gone. The armed host of freedom stood face to face over the chasm of a broken union, and the clash of arms was at hand. The South staked all upon getting possession of the federal government, and failing to do that, drew the sword of rebellion and thus made her own, and not Brown's, the lost cause of the century.
In the election of 1860, the South made that bid for control of the federal government. All of the conflicts of the past decades came to a head in the presidential election. In the turmoil of the 1850s, the major American political parties were falling apart. The Whigs were essentially gone. Northern anti-slavery Whigs joined the new Republican Party, which was entirely sectional. The Republican Party's anti-slavery stance, which varied in degree among its members, meant that it had no place in the South. Most Southern Whigs joined the new Constitutional Union Party. Meanwhile, the Democrats were torn across the Mason-Dixon line into Northern Democrats and Southern Democrats. Abraham Lincoln, a former U.S. representative, was nominated by the Republicans. John Bell, former senator from Tennessee, received the Constitutional Party nomination. The Southern Democrats nominated the sitting vice president, John Breckinridge, and the Northern Democrats nominated Lincoln's old adversary, Senator Stephen Douglas of Illinois. Lincoln was, in the eyes of many Republicans, a moderate on the slavery question. He was strongly opposed to its expansion into the territories, which he believed was in direct contrast with the intentions of the Founding Fathers. But he did not seek to eliminate slavery in those states where it was already permitted. Lincoln and Douglas battled in the North, while Bell and Breckinridge faced off in the South, though Douglas, unlike Lincoln, had some support in the South as well. Lincoln, as we all know today, was the final winner of the election, but it was no sure thing. He was not even on the ballot in most of the slave states. Of almost 1,000 counties in the 15 slaveholding states in 1860, Lincoln won only 2. Nationally, he had only 40% of the popular vote, but that was considerably higher than his nearest opponent, Stephen Douglas, with 29%. Lincoln won 180 out of 303 Electoral College votes, making him the clear winner. To do that, he had to sweep the free states of the North. The Southern states were outraged. Not a single ballot had been cast for Abraham Lincoln in 10 Southern states because he was not on the ballot, and yet now he was president. South Carolina moved first, seceding from the Union on December 20th, 1860. They cited Lincoln's election as an overt act of aggression by the North. That is, they did not claim to be seceding because they had been attacked, or because the federal government was attempting to divest them of their slaves, but because the result of the presidential election was itself an offense. Within a few months, Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas had joined them. These states adopted a new constitution in February 1861 and declared themselves the Confederate States of America. Jefferson Davis of Mississippi was appointed president by the delegates, and Alexander Stephens of Georgia was appointed vice president. Alexander Stephens gave a speech the following month in which he outlined how this new constitution was superior to the original on the subject of slavery.
The new Constitution has put at rest forever all the agitating questions relating to our peculiar institutions. African slavery as it exists among us, the proper status of the Negro in our form of civilization. This was the immediate cause of the late rupture and present revolution. Jefferson in this forecast had anticipated this. As a rock upon which the old Union would split, he was right. What was conjecture with him is now a realized fact. The prevailing ideas entertained by him and most of the leading statesmen at the time of the formation of the old Constitution were that the enslavement of the African was in violation of the laws of nature, that it was wrong in principle, socially, morally, and politically. It was an evil they know now well how to deal with, but the general opinion of the men of that day was that somehow or other, in the order of providence, the institution would be evanescent and pass away. Those ideas, however, were fundamentally wrong. They rested upon the assumption of the equality of races. This was an error. Our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite idea. Its foundations are laid, its cornerstones rests upon the great truth that the Negro was not equal to the white man, that slavery's subordination to the superior race is his natural and normal condition. This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth.
If anyone had any lingering doubts about the role of slavery in causing the Southern states to secede from the Union in 1861, Vice President Alexander Stephens' speech should have abolished those doubts. As he said, the cornerstone of the new government was the assertion that slavery was the natural condition of African Americans. Most still hoped that this secession crisis would not lead to war. A peace conference was held in Washington in February 1861, but the conference was unable to resolve the central issue of slavery, which had brought the crisis to a head. The conference failed to bring peace, but the 8 states which had not yet seceded still remained with the Union. The federal government did not immediately react to the secessions. Lincoln had not even taken office before the seceded states had written their new constitution and begun capturing federal forts within their boundaries. But soon came an action they could not ignore. 6 days after South Carolina seceded, and under the cover of darkness, Major Robert Anderson had moved his regiment out of the indefensible federal Fort Moultrie and into Fort Sumter. Both forts were in South Carolina's Charleston Harbor, but Sumter, still under construction and previously unoccupied, controlled the entrance to the harbor. Anderson was in a better position, but he and his 80-odd men needed supplies, arms, and reinforcements. President Buchanan ordered a civilian merchant vessel, the Star of the West, to be used to make the delivery, hoping it would be seen as less antagonistic to the Confederates. But as the Star of the West approached Sumter on January 9, 1861, cadets from the Citadel, who were manning the artillery battery on Morris Island, opened fire. Batteries from the now Confederate-held Fort Moultrie joined in, and the ship was forced to withdraw. When Lincoln took office in the first week of March, he was dismayed to learn that Anderson, now becoming a hero in the Union, only had enough rations to last 6 weeks. By now, Confederate Brigadier General P.G.T. Beauregard had built up a powerful force within the other harbor forts to challenge Anderson. Negotiations over the next month failed to improve the situation. Lincoln insisted that the Southern states had no right under the Constitution to secede, and that, in fact, they simply could not leave the Union. Therefore, any discussion of turning over or selling U.S. forts to what he considered a false government could not take place. The situation at Sumter was becoming dire. Rations were running out. Lincoln's position was delicate. On the one hand, He did not want to take aggressive actions that might push Virginia and the other states of the Upper South out of the Union and into the Confederacy. He still hoped that this crisis of secession would not turn into a war. On the other hand, if he surrendered Sumter in the face of military threat from the newborn Confederacy, that might give the insurrectionist government too much legitimacy, so that he would never be able to bring its states back into the Union fold. Lincoln informed the South Carolina governor on April 6th that the federal government would attempt to resupply Sumter, but no men, arms, or ammunition would be included except in case of attack. Confederate President Jefferson Davis ordered General Beauregard to demand Anderson to surrender Fort Sumter. If Anderson refused, Beauregard was to order an artillery strike. On April 12th, Anderson informed Confederate Colonel James Chestnut that unless he received new orders or supplies, he would surrender the fort at noon on April 15th. This was not the unwavering promise that Beauregard was looking for. Anderson was told that Beauregard would open up with artillery within the hour. Abner Doubleday, a captain serving under Major Anderson, later wrote about the incident.
19 batteries were now hammering at us, and the balls and shells from the 10-inch Columbiads, accompanied by shells from the 13-inch mortars which constantly bombarded us, made us feel as if the war had commenced in earnest. Our fort had been built with reference to the penetration of shot when the old system of smoothbore guns prevailed. The balls from the new Blakely gun on Cummings Point, however, had force enough to go entirely through the wall which sheltered us, and some of the fragments of brick which were knocked out wounded several of my detachment. The firing continued all day. They had a great advantage over us as their fire was concentrated on the fort, which was in the center of the circle, while ours was diffused over the circumference. The night was an anxious one for us. The batteries fired upon us at stated intervals all night long. We did not return the fire, having no ammunition to waste. By 11 a.m. of the next day, the conflagration was terrible and disastrous. 1/5 of the fort was on fire, and the wind drove the smoke in dense masses into the angle where we all had taken refuge. It seemed impossible to escape suffocation.
On the afternoon of April 13th, Major Anderson agreed to a truce, and he evacuated Fort Sumter the next day. Despite the artillery bombardment and the fire, there was no loss of life on either side of the conflict. But by another reckoning, over 600,000 would die as a result of the firing on Fort Sumter, because the war had well and truly begun, and there would be no looking back. Citing the presidential powers given in the Militia Acts of 1792, Lincoln called for the remaining states of the Union to send troops to recapture the forts and preserve the Union against insurrection. Initially, Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers who would serve for 90 days. In the face of this call, 4 more states, Tennessee, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Virginia, seceded. Though they had resisted calls to join the Confederacy for months, they refused to support a military response against their fellow Southern states. To reward Virginia, birthplace of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and many other founding fathers, Richmond, Virginia, became the capital of the Confederacy. Abraham Lincoln reached out to one prominent Virginian, a 25-year veteran, and offered him command of the Union Army. Robert E. Lee, son of Revolutionary War hero Light Horse Harry Lee, declined the offer. On April 20th, he resigned his commission in the U.S. Army, and on the 23rd, he took command of Virginia's forces. In the early days of the war, both the Union and Confederacy had an easy time raising volunteers. As far south as Tallulah, Louisiana, a young woman named Kate Stone wrote of her brother's desire to fight for the Confederacy.
May 15th. My brother started at daybreak this morning for New Orleans. He goes as far as Vicksburg on horseback. He is wild to be off to Virginia. He so fears that the fighting will be over before he can get there that he has decided to give up the plan of raising a company and going out as a captain. He has about 50 men on his rolls, and they and Uncle Bo have empowered him to sign their names as members of any company he may select. Mama regrets so that my brother would not wait and complete his commission. He could get his complement of men in 2 weeks, and having been educated at a military school gives him a great advantage at this time. And we think there will be fighting for many more days.
Indeed, there would be. Kate Stone's brother returned 10 days later, having missed the company he hoped to join.
He joined the Jeff Davis Guards at Vicksburg and was elected 3rd lieutenant. It is an Irish company officered by Americans. They leave for Richmond on Monday, and so my brother and Uncle Bo get off in the morning as early as possible. The parting will be dreadful for Mama. She so depends on my brother, her oldest and best beloved. The boys are disgruntled because they cannot go too.
The North was also able to attract a large number of volunteers. Jacob Dolson Cox was a Republican senator of Ohio who was later commissioned a brigadier general in the Ohio militia. He described the response to Lincoln's call for volunteers.
The great mass of the people of the North, forgetting all party distinctions, answered with an enthusiastic patriotism that swept politicians off their feet.
But although some states, such as Ohio, were enthusiastic, they had much to do to be prepared for war.
When Mr. Lincoln issued his first call for troops, the existing laws made it necessary that these should be fully organized and officered by the several states. Then, the Treasury was in no condition to bear the burden of war expenditures. Until Congress could assemble, the President was forced to rely on the states to furnish the means necessary for the equipment and transportation of their own troops. The governor spoke of the embarrassment he felt at every step from the lack of practical military experience in his staff, and of his desire to have someone on whom he could properly throw the details of military work.
That someone to whom the Ohio governor turned would later be responsible for organizing the Union's Army of the Potomac, George B. McClellan.
At the time, McClellan's name was a good deal associated with that of Beauregard. They were spoken of as young men of similar standing in the Engineer Corps of the Army, and great things were expected of them both because of their scientific knowledge of their profession, though McClellan had been in civil life for some years. His report on the Crimean War was one of the few important memoirs our old Army had produced, and was valuable enough to give a just reputation for comprehensive understanding of military organization, and the promise of ability to conduct the operations of an army.
Nonetheless, men were flocking to enlist. These ill-equipped, ill-prepared soldiers would discover the reality of war not long after reaching Washington. With the Confederacy's capital now in Richmond, the seats of the Union and Confederate governments were now just 100 miles apart. Over the next 4 years, hundreds of thousands of Americans would fight, bleed, and die in this short span. It began poorly for the Union, with the First Battle of Bull Run, or First Battle of Manassas, as the victorious Confederates named it. In mid-July, The 90-day enlistments that Lincoln called for after Fort Sumter were about to expire. Lincoln felt pressure from the public to act. Editorials in Northern papers clamored for General-in-Chief Winfield Scott to strike for the capital of the Confederacy. "On to Richmond," they cried. Lincoln hoped a more limited attack at the Confederate forces gathering just across the Potomac in Manassas, Virginia, would be able to accomplish what he wanted most, a quick end to the insurrection, without doing irreparable harm to the South. And so, Brigadier General Irvin McDowell was sent to lead his unseasoned troops into battle with PGT Beauregard's equally unseasoned Confederate troops near the vital rail junction in Manassas. "You are green, it is true," Lincoln told McDowell, "but they are green also." McDowell moved his army of 34,000 out of Washington on July 16th. Beauregard's 25,000 Confederate troops awaited him about 25 miles southwest of Washington at Manassas Junction. After a slow, disorganized march, the Union forces neared their destination. A minor skirmish on July 18th accomplished nothing, and McDowell resolved to assault the Confederates' left flank while sending diversionary strikes at the Confederate center and right flank. But it was another 2 days before his troops moved into position. During that time, a crowd of onlookers, including congressmen, gathered around the Union camp. Union Major General James Fry described the scene.
During the 19th and 20th, the bivouacs of McDowell's army at Centerville, almost within cannon range of the enemy, were thronged by visitors, official and unofficial, who came in carriages from Washington, bringing their own supplies. They were under no military restraint and passed to and fro among the troops as they pleased, giving the scene the appearance of a monster military picnic.
By this time, Beauregard's army had been reinforced by General Joseph E. Johnston. General Beauregard later wrote,
General McDowell, fortunately for my plans, spent the 19th and 20th in reconnaissance. And meanwhile, General Johnston brought 8,340 men from the Shenandoah Valley with 20 guns. And General Holmes brought 1,265 rank and file with 6 pieces of artillery from Aquia Creek. As these forces arrived, most of them in the afternoon of the 20th, I placed them chiefly so as to strengthen my left center and left.
One Confederate officer would gain a nickname during this battle that would follow him long after his own death. Brigadier General Thomas J. Jackson was praised for his defense of the strategic Henry Hill.
We arrived there just as General Barnard Bee's troops, after giving way, were fleeing in disorder. They had come around between the base of the hill and the stone bridge into a shallow ravine, which ran up to a point on the crest where Jackson had already formed his brigade. Every segment of line we succeeded in forming was again dissolved, while another was being formed. It was at this moment that General Bee used the famous expression, "Look at Jackson's brigade. It stands like a stone wall."
And so was Stonewall Jackson christened at First Manassas. Order was restored in the Confederate line, and things began to go badly for the North. Major General Fry later wrote of the battle's turn.
The batteries of Ricketts and Griffin, by their fine discipline, wonderful daring, and matchless skill, were the prime features in the fight. The battle was not lost till they were lost.
A regiment of artillery moved out of the woods to Captain Charles Griffin's right. He was about to open fire with his artillery when his commanding officer stopped him. The infantry were wearing blue. Believing them to be Union troops, Griffin held his fire.
A moment more, the doubtful regiment proved its identity by a deadly volley, and, as Griffin states in his official report, every cannoneer was cut down and a large number of horses killed, leaving the battery perfectly helpless.
The loss of the artillery and the arrival of Confederate reinforcements was too much. The Union forces were soon forced into a retreat. It began as an orderly withdrawal, but turned into a full, panicked rout. Though much smaller than some battles that would occur later in the war, at the time, Bull Run, or Manassas, was the largest battle in American history. The Union suffered almost 500 dead and 2,500 wounded, captured, or missing. In comparison, the Confederate troops lost almost 400 dead, 1,600 wounded, and a handful missing. The Confederate victory in this fight led many in the South to think that they had all but won the war. But despite the sense of humiliation and despair among many in the North, the defeat at Manassas actually served to strengthen Union forces. The day after the rout at Bull Run, Lincoln signed a bill calling for the enlistment of 500,000 volunteers, these to serve 3 years rather than 3 months. McDowell would bear the brunt of the blame for the defeat. Lincoln would soon remove him from command, to be replaced by the general whose organizational skills had so impressed Senator and General Jacob Cox of Ohio. Major General George B. McClellan would be named General-in-Chief of the Union armies. McClellan would eventually prove disappointing as a commander in the field, but his ability to inspire his men and turn a ragtag bunch of raw recruits into the best-trained professional army on the continent would put the Union on the path to military victory. But victory for the North was still 4 long years away.
Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. Yet, if God wills that it continue, until all the wealth piled by the bondman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn with the lash shall be paid by another, drawn with the sword, as was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether.
We called to them, tried to tell them there was no danger, called them to stop, implored them to stand. We called them cowards, denounced them in the most offensive terms, put our heavy revolvers and threatened to shoot them, but all in vain. A cruel, crazy, mad, hopeless panic possessed them and communicated to everybody about in the front and rear. The heat was awful, although now about 6. The men were exhausted, their mouths gaped, their lips cracked and blackened with the powder of the cartridges they had bitten off in battle, their eyes starting in a frenzy. No mortal ever saw such a mass of ghastly wretches.
Thus reported Ohio Congressman Albert Riddle after witnessing the rout of Union forces at the First Battle of Bull Run, July 21st, 1861. This first major conflict of the war went badly for the North, shaking the confidence of Northern leaders as it strengthened the resolve of those in the South. After the fall of Fort Sumter 3 months earlier, tens of thousands of men answered Lincoln's call for 90-day enlistments to defend the nation from internal threat. But by mid-July 1861, their enlistments were nearly expired, and these men were looking to go home. President Lincoln felt the pressure of those coming expirations, not to mention the growing number of Confederate troops on the other side of the Potomac from Washington, D.C. Even more, the public was demanding action. Editorials in Northern papers clamored for General-in-Chief Winfield Scott to strike for the capital of the Confederacy. "On to Richmond," they cried. Lincoln hoped a more limited attack at the Confederate forces gathered in Manassas, Virginia, would be able to accomplish what he wanted most, a quick end to the insurrection, without doing irreparable harm to the South. And so, Brigadier General Irvin McDowell was sent to lead his unseasoned troops into battle with P.T. Beauregard's equally unseasoned Confederate troops near the vital rail junction in Manassas. "You are green, it is true," Lincoln told McDowell, "but they are green also." But a series of problems for the North resulted in the Green Confederates under Beauregard, assisted by troops under General Joseph E. Johnston, whipping the short-timers under McDowell. An orderly retreat turned into a panicked rout as Union troops threw aside their guns and equipment in desperation. The Union suffered almost 500 dead and 2,500 wounded, captured, or missing. In comparison, the Confederate troops lost almost 400 dead, 1,600 wounded, and a handful missing. To those in the North who had expected an easy victory, defeat came as a shock. New York attorney George Templeton Strong wrote in his diary,
"Today will be known as Black Monday. We are utterly and disgracefully routed, beaten, whipped by secessionists."
The First Battle of Bull Run, or the First Battle of Manassas, as it was called by the Confederates, had long-reaching effects. Beauregard was promoted for his actions that day, and Brigadier General Thomas Jackson earned his famous nickname, Stonewall. Meanwhile, McDowell was soon replaced by Major General George B. McClellan as commander of the Army of the Potomac. Though much smaller than some battles that would occur later in the war, at the time, Bull Run was the largest battle in American history. The Confederate victory in this fight led many in the South to think that they had all but won the war. But despite the sense of humiliation and despair among many in the North, the defeat at Manassas actually served to strengthen Union forces. General Benjamin Butler recognized this in a letter to Montgomery Blair, the Postmaster General.
"We have heard the sad news from Manassas, but are neither dismayed nor disheartened. It will have the good effect to teach us wherein we are weak and they are strong, and how to apply the remedy to our deficiencies."
Lincoln seemed to see the same lesson in the defeat. The day after the rout at Bull Run, Lincoln signed a bill calling for the enlistment of 500,000 volunteers, these to serve 3 years rather than 3 months. Just 3 days later, he signed a bill raising that to 1 million. Many of these men would form the Army of the Potomac. Over the next 2 months, McClellan would take these raw, undisciplined troops and train them into a fine army. By October, he had 120,000 men in his army. By November, 168,000. Along the way, he would build near impregnable fortifications around the city of Washington. Scores of forts and hundreds of big guns defended the capital from Confederate forces just across the Potomac. But the war did not wait for McClellan to ready his forces. To the west, Missouri was in the middle of its own internal civil war, with Unionist and secessionist guerrilla bands fighting back and forth for control of the state. Just after Bull Run, General John C. Fremont arrived in Missouri to take command of the Western Department. He found himself in the middle of a bloody struggle between groups who had been trading shots for months. About a month before the assault on Fort Sumter, the Missouri Constitutional Convention voted 98-1 that the state would remain in the Union, but would not contribute arms or men to either side if war broke out. But a week after Sumter, a secessionist mob overran the arsenal in Liberty, Missouri, making off with 1,000 rifles and muskets. Union commanders were right to be concerned. Despite Missouri's official position, Governor Claiborne Jackson was working with Confederate President Jefferson Davis to arrange bringing Missouri into the Confederacy. The Confederates smuggled a shipment of artillery to Jackson, who in turn moved it to a military encampment a few miles out from St. Louis. On May 9th, the howitzers, siege guns, and 500 muskets arrived in the camp. Jackson had organized a pro-secession militia to practice maneuvers there, and they were now ready to move on the arsenal. Governor Jackson was able to get the legislature to approve a new Missouri State Guard, led by Major General Sterling Price. The Guard's purpose was to resist invasion by federal troops and to squash rebellion. Rebellion, in this case, meant Missourians who had joined the Union forces. Nathaniel Lyon was promoted to Brigadier General and put in charge of Union forces in Missouri. On June 11th, 1861, he met with Governor Jackson to negotiate a treaty between their two sides. That proved impossible. Over the next few weeks, the two sides fought a series of skirmishes. Meanwhile, the Missouri Constitutional Convention appointed a new governor, Hamilton Rowan Gamble, a man loyal to the Union. Then, on August 10th, at the Battle of Wilson's Creek, Union forces suffered a significant defeat. General Lyon and his force of about 6,000 men were camped in Springfield. Approaching them were 12,000 men from the combined forces of the Missouri State Guard, Arkansas Militia, and Confederate regulars under Brigadier General Benjamin McCulloch. Lyon planned to hit the Confederates in surprise attack, then withdraw to seek reinforcements and supplies. So, at 5 a.m. on the 10th, he split his force in two, planning to strike the larger Confederate force in a pincer movement. But in the confusion of the battle, the two Union forces were unable to communicate and coordinate movement. General Lyon was killed in the battle, and Major Samuel Sturgis was forced to lead the Union troops in an organized retreat. With the loss at Wilson's Creek, the Union lost control of southwest Missouri. General John C. Fremont, the new commander in the West, had to find a way to turn things around. Militarily, he failed to do so. Secessionist guerrillas roamed across the state. The Confederate troops under Sterling Price moved north, and by September 20th, they had captured the city of Lexington as well. In August, Fremont tried a completely different approach. He declared martial law in Missouri. Any Confederate guerrillas would face the death penalty, and all slaves belonging to Confederates would be freed. This order outraged the border states, which Lincoln was struggling to maintain within the Union. In the early stages of the war, relatively few Northerners saw their goal as freeing the slaves. The Northern armies fought to preserve the Union, not to end slavery. But individuals, such as Fremont, took steps early on that moved the Union closer to emancipation. General Benjamin Butler in Virginia, May 1861, made the decision that he would not return fugitive slaves to their Southern masters. Those states, he argued, could not secede from the Union and then demand that their rights to human property under the Fugitive Slave Law be protected by the federal government. Butler declared that these slaves were contraband of war and put them to work for the Union forces. He did not arm them, but every job completed by a contraband freed a white soldier to fight. And within a few months, he had almost 1,000 contrabands. Harriet Tubman, the famed conductor of the Underground Railroad, joined General Butler's forces to help organize and care for the contrabands. In August 1861, Congress passed and Lincoln signed the first Confiscation Act, which made this policy official. When Fremont issued his personal Emancipation Proclamation in Missouri, Lincoln directed him to modify it to comport with the Confiscation Act. That is, rather than freeing all slaves belonging to Confederates, Fremont could only declare free those slaves who had been used to support the Confederacy. When Fremont refused to make these changes, Lincoln was forced to overrule the general and remove him from office. This decision helped Lincoln maintain the loyalty of the border states, but drew a harsh reaction from radical Republicans. Frederick Douglass, in particular, had praised Fremont's action and was angered by Lincoln's move.
The weakness and imbecility of the letter of the President condemning that proclamation have thus far characterized the whole war.
But Lincoln believed that people in the North were not ready to make this war about abolishing slavery. What Lincoln and many in the North felt was lacking in this war was actual fighting by those now splendidly trained and equipped troops under McClellan. McClellan had no interest in freeing the slaves. He wrote to influential fellow Democrat Samuel Barlow,
"Help me to dodge the nigger. We want nothing to do with him. I am fighting to preserve the integrity of the Union and the power of the government, and no other issue. To gain that end, we cannot afford to mix up the Negro question. It must be incidental and subsidiary."
McClellan had done an excellent job training the new Army of the Potomac, as well as preparing the defenses of Washington. But he was showing himself to be overcautious as a military commander. Again and again, when pressed by Lincoln for action, he would insist that Confederate forces outnumbered his own. This, despite the fact that in October he had 120,000 men facing just 45,000 Confederates across the Potomac. In October, there was one minor skirmish, but once again, it turned out badly for the Union. Colonel Edward Baker, who was a senator from Oregon and a personal friend of Lincoln's, was attempting to dislodge Confederate forces from Leesburg, Virginia. Instead, he and his men were surrounded by Confederates at a place called Ball's Bluff. Baker was killed in the fighting, and his men were driven back over the edge of the bluff in a panicked rout. As many men died of drowning as of bullet wounds, and hundreds more were captured by the rebels. This debacle did not encourage McClellan into action. As the fall wore on, finally becoming winter, the Army of the Potomac sat. As historian James M. McPherson has noted, McClellan excelled at preparation, but it was never quite complete. The Army was perpetually almost ready to move, but the enemy was always larger and better prepared. In early 1862, a fighting general did emerge in the Western theater of the war. General Ulysses S. Grant led assaults on important southern river forts. On February 6th, he led 2 divisions in the capture of the undermanned Fort Henry on the Tennessee River. The fort was taken with minimal losses, and Grant moved quickly overland to assault Fort Donelson on the Cumberland River. Grant faced stronger resistance at Donelson. But after a series of attacks and counterattacks between the two sides, by February 16th, Grant's command of the field was so clear that the Confederate commanders, Brigadier General John Floyd and his second in command, Brigadier General Gideon Pillow, panicked. Buckner was an old acquaintance of Grant's, going back to their years at West Point and service in the Army. Perhaps Buckner thought this would mean better terms of surrender for him and his men. If so, he was proven wrong. In response to Buckner's request to discuss terms, Grant sent the following message.
Yours of this date, proposing armistice and appointment of commissioners to settle terms of capitulation, is just received. No terms except an unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted. I propose to move immediately upon your works.
Buckner replied that circumstances compelled him to accept Grant's ungenerous and unchivalrous terms. The capture of Fort Henry and Fort Donelson were the first major victories by Union forces, and they were celebrated wildly. Ulysses S. Grant became known throughout the North as Unconditional Surrender Grant. Over 12,000 Confederate soldiers were captured, setting up another, much bloodier Union victory months later at Shiloh. The Battle of Shiloh in southwestern Tennessee, April 6th and 7th, 1862, was very nearly a Union defeat. Grant had developed a reputation for focusing more on his own plans than on the enemy's actions. This contributed to significant losses on April 6th, when his men were encamped at Pittsburgh Landing along the Tennessee River. Grant was criticized later for failing to have his men prepare adequate fortifications at Shiloh. He responded in his memoirs,
Up to that time, the pick and spade had been but little resorted to at the West. Besides this, the troops with me, officers and men, needed discipline and drill more than they did experiences with the pick, shovel, and axe. Reinforcements were arriving almost daily, composed of troops that had been hastily thrown together into companies and regiments, fragments of incomplete organizations, the men and officers strangers to each other. Under all these circumstances, I concluded that the drill and discipline were worth more than our Under all of these circumstances, I concluded that the drill and discipline were worth more to our men than fortifications.
Nonetheless, the lack of fortifications made it all the easier for Albert Sidney Johnston and P.T. Beauregard to strike the Union troops in a bloody surprise attack. Grant, nursing an ankle that had been badly injured when his horse had fallen days earlier, had not expected an attack and was miles away in Savannah.
While I was at breakfast, heavy firing was heard in the direction of Pittsburgh Landing, and I hastened there. On reaching the front, about 8 a.m., I found that the attack on Pittsburgh was unmistakable. Captain Baxter, a quartermaster on my staff, was accordingly directed to go back and order General Wallace to march immediately to Pittsburgh by the road nearest the river.
Miscommunications resulted in General Lew Wallace not arriving where and when Grant needed him, and Wallace's troops would not take part in the first day of fighting. The Battle of Shiloh took its name from what Grant called a log meeting house, 2 to 3 miles from the Pittsburgh Landing.
This point was the key to our position and was held by Sherman. His division was at that time wholly raw, no part of it ever having been in an engagement. But I thought this deficiency was more than made up by the superiority of the commander.
Grant's faith in General William Tecumseh Sherman was complete and would remain so throughout the war. In the Battle of Shiloh, Sherman proved himself deserving of Grant's trust. Grant described the first day of battle.
During the whole of Sunday, I was continuously engaged in passing from one part of the field to another, giving directions to division commanders. In thus moving along the lines, however, I never deemed it important to stay long with Sherman. A casualty to Sherman that would have taken him from the field that day would have been a sad one for the troops engaged at Shiloh. And how near we came to this. On the 6th, Sherman was shot twice, once in the hand, once in the shoulder, the ball cutting through his coat and making a slight wound, and a third ball passing through his hat. In addition to this, he had several horses shot during the day. The Confederate assaults were made with such a disregard of losses on their own side that our line of tents soon fell into their hands. The ground on which the battle was fought was undulating, heavily timbered with scattered clearings, the woods giving some protection to the troops on both sides. A number of attempts were made by the enemy to turn our right flank, where Sherman was posted, but every effort was repulsed with heavy loss. But the front attack was kept up so vigorously that, to prevent the success of these attempts to get to our flanks, the National troops were compelled, several times, to take positions to the rear near Pittsburgh Landing. When the firing ceased at night, the National line was all of a mile in rear of the position it had occupied in the morning.
Both sides had taken shockingly high casualties, the highest seen in the war to that point. The Confederates had indeed lost over 8,000 men that first day. Among them was the commander of the Confederate forces. With Johnston's death, General P.T. Beauregard took command. Beauregard sent a telegram that night to President Jefferson Davis. It read, "A complete victory." Unfortunately for him, his assessment was premature. Many later criticized Beauregard for calling a halt to the attack at dusk, feeling that if he had continued to push, then perhaps a complete victory would have been possible. But his men were exhausted, and there was less than an hour of daylight remaining. And Beauregard did not know what was happening in the Union camp. Grant's forces had been reinforced by 15,000 men in Major General Don Carlos Buell's army. And General Lew Wallace's division of 5,000 men were also fresh troops, having not seen major fighting on the first day. With these additional Union forces and the loss of troops on the Confederate side, Beauregard would find himself outnumbered on April 7th, when Grant and Buell counterattacked. Shiloh was a Union victory, but a terribly costly one. Union forces lost over 1,750 killed, 8,400 wounded, and almost 3,000 captured or missing. The numbers on the Confederate side were similar, except for a much smaller number captured or missing. The willingness of the Confederate Army to take such losses worked to change Grant's understanding of how victory could be accomplished.
I saw an open field, in our possession on the second day, of which the Confederates had made repeated charges the day before, so covered with dead that it would have been possible to walk across the clearing in any direction, stepping on dead bodies, without a foot touching the ground. Up to the Battle of Shiloh, I, as well as thousands of other citizens, believed that the rebellion against the government would collapse suddenly and soon if a decisive victory could be gained over any of its armies. Donelson and Henry were such victories. Up to that time, it had been the policy of our army, certainly of that portion commanded by me, to protect the property of the citizens whose territory was invaded, without regard to their sentiments, whether Union or secession. After this, however, I regarded it as humane to both sides to protect the persons of those found at their homes, but to consume everything that could be used to support or supply armies.
Grant took a lot of heat in the North for the Union losses. There were false reports of him being drunk and criticisms of his lack of fortifications. Some wanted him removed from command, to which Lincoln replied famously, "I can't spare this man. he fights. This in contrast to his premier general in the East, George McClellan. Yet McClellan finally was preparing to move. He planned an invasion of Virginia by water, taking his army down the Chesapeake Bay near the mouth of the James River. They would land at Fort Monroe, 70 miles southeast of Richmond, and then move toward the Confederate capital. Whether or not this plan was sound, the execution was problematic. After landing on the Virginia Peninsula, in early April, McClellan and 55,000 troops laid siege to Yorktown. Defending the site were just 13,000 Confederate soldiers, commanded by Major General John Magruder. Though McClellan had an overwhelming numerical superiority, he was convinced that Magruder had far more men. This was aided by Magruder's theatrics, in which he moved men about quickly to create the sense of greater numbers. Though pressed by Lincoln to attack, McClellan dug in and lay siege for a month. During that time, Johnston's forces moved in to support Magruder, and in the end, all of the Confederate forces fell back toward Richmond before McClellan could finally make use of his heavy artillery. A month spent, and almost nothing gained. Battle finally occurred in Williamsburg, where 32,000 Confederates, under Major General James Longstreet, fought a delaying action against 41,000 Union troops under Brigadier General Joseph Hooker. The Union troops were eventually able to push back the Confederates and claim victory, but the fighting in Williamsburg had allowed the bulk of the Confederate forces to reach Richmond in time to defend it against the invading forces. By late May, McClellan's Army of the Potomac had advanced to the outskirts of Richmond. At a little spot just south of the Chickahominy River, known as Seven Pines, his forces would be temporarily halted by the bloodiest battle to date in the Eastern Theater of the war. Confederate General Joseph Johnston developed a complex plan in which 51,000 of his men would strike McClellan's 2nd and 3rd Corps, about 33,000 troops. Implementation of the plan proved difficult, and though the Union advance was slowed, the Confederates took heavy casualties. Both sides claimed victory, though both suffered significant losses. The Union took 5,000 casualties, including almost 800 killed, 3,600 wounded, and over 600 missing or captured. But the Confederates were hit even harder, with almost 1,000 killed and almost 5,000 wounded, plus 400 captured or missing. McClellan spent the next 3 weeks entrenching and regrouping, settling in for a long siege of Richmond. On the Confederate side, General Johnston had been wounded in action, and a new leader of the Southern forces emerged. A man whose aggressive tactics were the precise opposite of McClellan's excessive caution, and who would build a name for himself that would long survive the war and all its participants. A man named Robert E. Lee. While McClellan spent the next weeks preparing to lay siege, Lee spent the time preparing to strike. From June 25th to July 1st, 1862, there was a brutal series of battles outside of Richmond, which brought McClellan's Peninsula Campaign to an ignominious end. On the 25th, the Union gained a Pyrrhic victory in the Battle of Oak Grove, where they gained a mere 600 yards of ground at the cost of almost 70 dead and 500 wounded, versus a similar death toll but fewer wounded among the Confederates. This minor battle was the only actual offensive strike against Richmond during the campaign. Over the next several days, Lee's army struck at McClellan repeatedly. In battles at Beaver Dam Creek, Gaines Mill, Garnett, and Golding's Farm, Savage's Station, and Glendale. These assaults had limited success in damaging McClellan's forces, but they did succeed in pushing the Army of the Potomac back and back further from Richmond. The final fight occurred on July 1st at the Battle of Malvern Hill. Union forces that day were commanded by Major General Fitz John Porter. Lee had prepared another complex plan of attack, but muddy roads and poor maps prevented the coordinated effort that was required to succeed. General Porter later described the action of that day.
About 10 a.m., the enemy's skirmishers and artillery began feeling us along our line. They kept up a desultory fire until about 12 o'clock, with no severe injury to our infantry, who were well massed and who revealed but little of our strength or position by retaliatory firing or exposure. The spasmodic, though sometimes formidable attacks of our antagonists at different points along our whole front, up to about 4 o'clock, were presumably demonstrations or feelers to ascertain our strength preparatory to their engaging in more serious work. At about 5:30 o'clock, as column after column advanced, only to meet the same disastrous repulse, the sight became one of the most interesting imaginable. The havoc made by the rapidly bursting shells from guns arranged so to sweep any position far or near, and in any direction, was fearful to behold. Pressed to the extreme as they were, the courage of our men were fully tried. The safety of our army, the life of the Union, was felt to be at stake. In one case, the brigades of Howe, Abercrombie, and Palmer of Couch's division, under impulse, gallantly pushed after the retreating foe, captured colors, and advantageously advanced the right of the line, but at considerable loss and great risk. The brigades of Morrill, cool, well-disciplined, and easily controlled, let the enemy return after each repulse, but permitted the few to escape their fire. I sent messages to the commanding general expressing the hope that our withdrawal had ended and that we should hold the ground now occupied, even if we did not assume the offensive. It was now after 9 o'clock at night. I received orders to withdraw and to move at specified hours to Harrison's Landing.
One should never forget that these battles took place on roads, fields, and woods near the homes of civilian families, trying to survive while the world exploded around them. Edward Neal was a chaplain with the 1st Minnesota Volunteer Infantry Regiment at the Battle of Malvern Hill. He described one family's experience.
When night came, I slept on a sofa in the West House. The person who seemed to be the head of the household was a gentle, manly man, but greatly worried by the eruption of an invading army trampling down his crops. Before the morning, the 1st of July, Sumner's Corps reached Malvern Hill from Glendale and was posted on the right of the Union Army. About 8 o'clock, Confederate artillery took position in a wheat field on the Poindexter farm and opened fire. The shells bursting near the West House, the family with some of their neighbors in consternation fled into the cellar, to which there was access to a large outside door.
The Confederate assault at Malvern Hill failed to gain ground against the Union troops, whose position was nearly impregnable. The rebels never got within 200 yards of the main Union line. Union artillery tore the Confederates apart as wave after wave of rebels continued to attack. Lee's men took over 5,600 casualties, compared with 2,100 for the Army of the Potomac. However, despite achieving victory in the battle, McClellan withdrew to Harrison's Landing on the James River, where his army could be protected by Union gunboats. McClellan informed the president that Richmond could not be taken at this time, and they returned north. Once again, McClellan had failed to deliver the offensive strike that Lincoln was looking for. McClellan himself blamed the failure on delays by Lincoln and Halleck in providing reinforcements, but Lincoln was convinced now that McClellan was not the man he needed to lead the Union attack. On June 26, 1862, President Lincoln reorganized the Union forces, creating the Army of Virginia, not to be confused with Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. Lincoln gave the command to Major General John Pope, who had recently been highly successful in the Western Theater of Operations. Lincoln's orders to the Army of Virginia were for it to protect the capital, but also, in the speediest manner, attack and overcome the rebel forces. In other words, Lincoln wanted action. Pope issued a number of orders that indicated that he would take a harder approach against the rebels than McClellan would have considered. His General Order Number 5 directed that his troops be subsisted on the country in which their operations are conducted. In other words, the soldiers should take what they needed, food, supplies, horses, mules, from the citizens of rebel states, a harbinger of things to come under Generals Sheridan and Sherman in 1864. In mid-July, Pope led a force into Culpeper Court House. By the end of the month, Pope had over 40,000 men occupying the village. Lee, ever the aggressive fighter, was confident that McClellan would not attack, though he was still camped near Richmond. Lee sent Stonewall Jackson with General A.P. Hill's division to head off Pope in Gordonsville. On August 9th, Union and Confederate forces clashed at the base of Cedar Mountain, 8 miles south of Culpeper. Pope's forces were moving south towards Gordonsville. Jackson hoped to strike at the lead elements under General Banks and defeat them before they could merge again with the rest of the Union force. Jackson was surprised by the force of the attack by Banks' troops, and initially the Confederate general and his men were pushed back. But Jackson was able to rally his men, especially the famous Stonewall Brigade, and they were able to drive the Union forces from the field. Jackson was unable to shatter Banks' corps, but the very presence of Jackson's troops made the Union nervous. Having once again been given the initiative, Robert E. Lee would not waste it. Lee needed to smash Pope's army before it was joined by the Army of the Potomac. And on August 25th, Lee sent Jackson on a wide movement around Pope's west flank to strike in the rear of Pope's forces. Jackson's infantry was referred to as foot cavalry, for they moved faster on foot than most believed possible. Jackson used his knowledge of the terrain to find unexpected routes to and around the enemy, and he had the ability to inspire his men to endure long, hard marches. Confederate Major General W.B. Tolliver described Stonewall Jackson's raid around Pope.
Stonewall Jackson, with Ewell's and A.P. Hill's divisions and his old division under my command, marched northward to cut Pope's communications and destroy his supplies. Quartermasters and commissaries were left behind. 3 days' meager rations had been cooked and stowed away in our haversacks and pockets, and tin cans and an occasional frying pan constituted the entire camp equipage.
Jackson kept their destination known only to a few to ensure secrecy.
This extreme reticence was very uncomfortable and annoying to his subordinate commanders, and was sometimes carried too far, but it was the real secret of the reputation for ubiquity which he had acquired, and which was so well expressed by General McClellan in one of his dispatches. "I am afraid of Jackson. He will turn up where least expected."
Jackson marched his resupplied men through the night toward the field where the South had earned its first great victory, Manassas, near Bull Run Creek. The Battle of Second Manassas, or Second Bull Run, began on August 28th near the Bronner family farm. After their long night march, Jackson and most of his men were catching a few precious moments of sleep. Then, a captured Union message was brought to Jackson, indicating that Pope intended to concentrate his forces at Manassas Junction. Tolliver writes,
The captured dispatch aroused Jackson like an electric shock. He was essentially a man of action. He rarely, if ever, hesitated, They never asked advice. It did not seem to reflect or reason out of purpose, but he leapt by instinct to a conclusion, and then as rapidly undertook its execution.
In this fight, there was no maneuvering and very little tactics. It was a question of endurance, and both endured. Jackson did not achieve a decisive victory, with both sides taking heavy casualties. But he did succeed in getting General Pope's attention. Pope had been looking for Jackson, fearful of where and when he might crop up. And now he'd found him. But he misread the situation. He believed that Jackson had been in retreat when the forces clashed. Pope knew that Longstreet was coming to reinforce Jackson, but he thought that now he had caught Jackson before those reinforcements could arrive. The next day, August 29th, Pope threw his forces at Jackson, who had entrenched along an unfinished railroad grade. Pope had the numerically superior force, but Jackson's defenses were strong. Again, casualties were high, but the Confederates pushed the Union forces back time and time again. Around noon on that day, Longstreet's force arrived, marching out of Thoroughfare Gap to take position on Jackson's right. Pope ordered Major General Fitz-John Porter to attack, but Porter, seeing that he would be overwhelmed by Longstreet's force, held firm. The next day, August 30th, Pope again ordered Porter's Fifth Corps to attack. He seemed oblivious to the fact that Longstreet's arrival eliminated the Union's advantage in men. Pope didn't realize it, but he was playing into Robert E. Lee's hands. Pope kept expecting the Confederates to retreat, but Lee was hoping to be attacked. Confederate artillery tore apart the attack by Porter's Fifth Corps, and then Longstreet's 25,000 infantry crushed the Union left flank. It was not the rout of 1st Manassas, with terrified Union troops fleeing the field in complete disorder, but it was another embarrassing Union defeat. Pope was removed by Abraham Lincoln and sent back west on September 16th. Faced with his broken and disorganized army, Lincoln now turned, no doubt reluctantly, to the man who had rebuilt the Army of the Potomac after the first loss at Bull Run, General George McClellan. McClellan would get one more chance to create a highly trained professional army and prove that he could then lead the army to victory against the Confederacy's greatest general. For in the wake of another stunning victory at Manassas, Virginia, Robert E. Lee was turning north.
And now came the moment of battle that tried us severely. Not that there was a sign of hesitancy or a show of poor behavior, but it is terrible to march slowly into danger and see and feel that each second your chance for death is surer than it was the second before. The desire to break loose, to run, to fire, to do something, no matter what, rather than to walk is almost irresistible. We were under fire and advancing at a brisk walk, closed in mass, 10 ranks deep. We were almost as good a target as a barn.
Union Lieutenant John Meade Gould described his regiment's experience as they marched into battle at Antietam on September 17, 1862, which would become the bloodiest single day of combat in American history. The battle marked the end of Robert E. Lee's Maryland campaign. Following his victory at the Second Battle of Manassas, General Lee brought his army across the Potomac and into Maryland, invading the North. He wanted to move the conflict out of his beloved Virginia and to draw fresh troops from a Maryland that he expected would greet his men as liberators. Though Maryland remained with the Union, it was a slave state. Many in Maryland were sympathetic to the Southern cause. Lee believed that these were the men who would join his army if they were given the chance. Lee and Confederate President Jefferson Davis also hoped that a successful Northern campaign would encourage the European powers to lend political and military support to the Confederacy, as well as influence the upcoming midterm elections in the Union, putting more peace Democrats in Congress. The recent Confederate success at the Second Battle of Bull Run, or Second Manassas, had some European leaders leaning toward recognizing the Confederacy as a legitimate government and treating with both the CSA and the USA as two separate nations. And in the Union, the public was frustrated with Lincoln's failure to end the war quickly. A successful invasion, Lee and Davis hoped, could indeed hasten the end of the war, but not to the Union's benefit. Lee believed he would face minimal resistance, as the Union Army of the Potomac was demoralized by its loss at Manassas and would take weeks to reorganize. Upon reaching Frederick, Maryland, Lee drew up a proclamation to the people of Maryland. It declared that his army had arrived to help them throw off the foreign yoke of oppression by the U.S. government. But the people of Maryland did not greet Lee with open arms. Many, if not most, secessionist-leaning Marylanders had long since gone south and had already joined the Confederate forces. Those who remained were appalled at the invasion. Furthermore, Lee's bedraggled, hungry, poorly clothed army did not inspire young men to join their cause. Lee then divided his forces, sending Stonewall Jackson with about half of the army to capture Harper's Ferry, seizing the weapons and ammunition stored there and securing his lines of supply further south. General Jackson and his 30,000 troops were able to overwhelm the 12,000 Union troops in place at Harper's Ferry. The rest of Lee's army moved northwest toward Hagerstown, Maryland, across South Mountain. But another of the Southern commander's assumptions proved incorrect. Rather than taking weeks to reorganize Union forces, General George McClellan accomplished it in days. General John Pope was relieved of his command following the disaster at Second Manassas. His Army of Virginia was folded into McClellan's Army of the Potomac. McClellan's superior organizational skills and the love his men had for their Little Mac reinvigorated the Northern forces as they marched into Maryland to head off the invasion. The Union Army moved into Frederick just days after Lee's army had departed. Upon learning of the proximity of the Union forces, Lee sent word to all his commanders to regroup outside of Sharpsburg, Maryland, near Antietam Creek. Unfortunately for Lee, McClellan received a copy of Lee's orders on September 13th. With these in hand, McClellan had an opportunity to take his larger force and destroy Lee's army in pieces. But McClellan was ever cautious, always overestimating the size of his enemy's forces. He moved slowly, cautiously, and by the time he committed his troops to battle on September 17th, most of Lee's troops had joined him near Sharpsburg. The armies fought across open fields and cornfields, along roads and next to a bridge later named for Union General Burnside. Lieutenant Gould described his regiment's experience.
The fire of the enemy became more galling every step we took, and one man after another fell. The battle had been terribly severe to us, engaged as we were at close quarters, and with troops that had seen so much more fighting than we had. The well-aimed bullets of the rebels as they went zipping past us, killing and wounding our comrades, and sometimes cutting spitefully through our clothes, made us the most nervous, of course.
The battle at Antietam saw 23,000 casualties, killed, wounded, captured, or missing. A quarter of the Army of the Potomac, and over 30% of the Army of Northern Virginia. Over 6,000 American soldiers, North and South, lost their lives on that day of battle. As historian James M. McPherson notes, American casualties at Antietam were 4 times greater than American losses at Normandy on June 6, 1944. Despite his losses on the 17th, General Lee and his army stood their ground when dawn broke on the 18th. They stood facing McClellan's larger army, which included 20,000 fresh reserves who had not fought the previous day, and they prepared themselves for attack. But that attack never came. Eventually, Lee withdrew his forces across the Potomac. From one perspective, neither side won that bloody battle. Despite being greatly outnumbered, Robert E. Lee's superior generalship had allowed his smaller army to inflict significant damage on the Union forces. At the same time, General McClellan's hesitancy and his decision to hold a third of his army in reserve prevented the Army of the Potomac from smashing Lee's army once and for all. Although McClellan was able to build a great army for Lincoln, he was not able to use it. Lieutenant Charles Brewster of the 10th Massachusetts was working at a recruiting station in Cambridge when he learned of the results at Antietam. He wrote in a letter home to his mother,
I see the news begin to grow less favorable to our side in the late battles. At first they were going to bag the whole rebel army. Now they are driven back into Virginia, which is not the place to bag them by a long shot.
But though McClellan might have been able to accomplish far more than he did at Antietam, it was nonetheless a strategic Union victory. Lee's army was stopped short. The northern invasion had failed. The Army of Northern Virginia returned to Virginia. The loss at Antietam put a halt to chances of European recognition of the Confederacy. Karl Marx, living in London, had been following the American Civil War closely, writing numerous articles about it. In October 1862, stating what many had already agreed upon, he wrote,
The short campaign in Maryland has decided the fate of the American Civil War. However much the fortune of war may still vacillate between the opposing parties for a shorter or longer time.
In the elections in November, although the Peace Democrats would capture more seats than they had previously held, Lincoln's Republican Party would maintain control of the House of Representatives. Combined with the Unionists, who were also committed to preserving the Union through military means, they controlled the majority vote. The Maryland invasion had failed in all of its goals. But the suffering of Antietam was felt by both sides. Second Lieutenant B.F. Blakesley of the 16th Connecticut Volunteers wrote,
In a room about 12 by 20 feet, a bloody table stood, and around it were 5 surgeons. A wounded man was laid on the table, and it took but a few seconds for them to decide what to do, but a few minutes to do it. The amputated limbs were thrown out of a window. In 48 hours, there were as many as 2 carts of loaded amputated legs, feet, arms, and hands in the pile. Plenty of men, most of them slightly wounded, were hard at work carrying the wounded to and fro, making beds of straw, hauling and cutting wood, and assisting in 1,000 ways.
Antietam looms large in American memory, not simply because of the long casualty lists, but because it was the first major battle to be thoroughly documented by photography. Photographer Alexander Gardner, working for noted photographer Matthew Brady, brought the images of the true horrors of war home to Americans for the first time. Brady exhibited these photographs in his New York gallery. On October 20th, 1862, the New York Times described the effect these images had on civilians back home.
Mr. Brady has done something to bring home to us the terrible reality and earnestness of war. If he has not brought bodies and laid them in our dooryards and along the streets, he has done something very like it. At the door of his gallery hangs a little placard, "The Dead of Antietam." Crowds of people are constantly going up the stairs. You will see the hushed, reverent groups standing around these weird copies of carnage, bending down to look in the pale faces of the dead. We should scarce choose to be in the gallery, when one of the women bending over them should recognize a husband, a son, or a brother in the still, lifeless lines of bodies that lie ready for the gaping trenches.
Those lifeless lines of bodies weighed on President Lincoln. But what frustrated him most about the battle at Antietam was the series of missed opportunities. Yes, General McClellan had succeeded in stopping Robert E. Lee's invasion of Maryland, but General Lee had succeeded in preventing his own army's destruction at the hands of the Army of the Potomac. While Lincoln was glad to have the immediate threat removed, he saw the failure to smash Lee's army after Antietam as a lost opportunity to end the war. Lincoln had expected McClellan to follow after Lee, striking hard while the Confederate forces were still reeling from their losses at Antietam and were still far from home. Lincoln visited McClellan at his headquarters near Antietam in the first week of October. At that point, the Army of the Potomac had sat still for over 2 weeks. He urged McClellan then to pursue the enemy quickly while the time was right. But McClellan did not move. Lincoln followed his visit with telegrams that continued to push McClellan to take action. He instructed his general-in-chief, Henry Halleck, to order McClellan to cross the Potomac and give battle. But McClellan did not move. Finally, on November 7th, Lincoln removed McClellan from command, replacing him with General Ambrose Burnside. But though McClellan did not achieve the level of success that Lincoln believed possible, the end of the Northern invasion and Lee's retreat to Virginia did give Lincoln the opportunity he needed for something else. In the North, abolitionist pressure was building for a general emancipation of all slaves. Lincoln knew that he would need a substantial Union military victory first, or else the move would seem like an act of desperation, and therefore might draw more resistance than support in the North. Lincoln also feared what emancipation efforts would do to the support of the border states. On multiple occasions, he met with delegates from these states in an attempt to get them to accept some process of gradual emancipation whereby the federal government would financially reimburse slave owners for their loss of property. But the offer was flatly refused. Months earlier, Congress was able to force the issue in the District of Columbia. In April 1862, about a year after the war began, Congress abolished slavery in the district and compensated former slave owners with payments of $300 per slave. It was the beginning of emancipation in America. Even in the North, there was resistance to the idea of large numbers of free blacks intermingling with whites. White workers feared the competition they might face, competing against workers whose experience was to labor without pay. Racist fears dovetailed with economic ones, as foes of emancipation warned of black men taking up with the daughters of white men. Anti-slavery forces resisted this backlash and stressed that emancipation would help the war effort. Lincoln, as ever, sought to preserve the Union. As he said,
"My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and is not either to save or to destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that. What I do about slavery and the colored race, I do because I believe it helps to save the Union. And what I forbear because I do not believe it would help to save the Union. I shall do less whenever I shall believe what I am doing hurts the cause, and I shall do more whenever I shall believe doing more will help the cause."
But even as he said this, Lincoln had been making plans to take action on emancipation using the war powers granted to the commander-in-chief. He just needed that military victory. Antietam provided that victory, and on September 22nd, 1862, Lincoln issued a proclamation which declared that all slaves living in states that were in rebellion as of January 1st, 1863, would be free. Slaves living in the border states of Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri were not included in Lincoln's proclamation, nor were those living in Confederate states. but within areas controlled by the Union. But this still meant that over 3 million slaves had been freed under the law by the stroke of a pen. Lincoln said at the time,
I never in my life felt more certain that I was doing right than I do in signing this paper.
Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation changed the political nature of the war. Before, Lincoln might have accepted the peaceful return of the Confederate States and allowed them to retain their constitutions and their slaves. But now, no peace could be made without the South surrendering its slaves or the Union surrendering its states. While the Army of the Potomac was fighting off Robert E. Lee's invasion of Maryland in the east, the Union's Army of the Ohio was battling against a Confederate invasion of Kentucky in the west. Confederate General Braxton Bragg had led his Army of the Mississippi into Kentucky in August 1862. Like Lee, Bragg hoped to draw support from Confederate sympathizers in this border state. He also sought to draw Union Major General Don Carlos Buell out of Tennessee. Buell had reinforced General Grant at Shiloh in April and later participated in the month-long siege of Corinth, Mississippi in May. He then began a slow march toward Chattanooga, Tennessee. Bragg found in Kentucky what Lee found in Maryland. Whatever sympathies the border states might have toward the Confederacy, they were not enough to deliver Bragg the men he hoped to recruit. But Bragg did succeed in drawing Buell out of Tennessee. On October 7th, Buell's Army of the Ohio clashed with Bragg's forces at Perryville, Kentucky. After smaller skirmishes on the 7th, fighting began in earnest on the 8th. A Union division assaulted the Confederate line near Peters Hill. A Confederate division struck the Union's left flank, forcing it back. As more Confederate divisions joined in the assault, the Union line was forced back. Some of the Union units were in full rout, but the commanders were able to stabilize the line, forcing the Confederates to a halt. John Beatty, who was commissioned as a brigadier general in the 3rd Ohio Infantry for his performance at Perryville, wrote in his journal that day,
Nearly 200 of my 500 men now lay dead and wounded on the little strip of ground over which we fought. They have long sought for a battle and often been disappointed and sore because they failed to find one. But now, for the first time, they really realize what a battle is. They see it is to men what an Arctic wind is to autumn leaves, and are astonished to find that any have outlived the furious storm of deadly missiles. The enemy is in the woods before us, and as the sentinels occasionally exchange shots, we can see the flash of their guns and hear the whistle of bullets above our heads. The two armies are too near to sleep comfortably or even safely, so the boys cling to their muskets and keep ready for action. It is a long night, but it finally comes to an end.
Union forces took 4,200 casualties at Perryville, and the Confederates took 3,200. As with Antietam, at Perryville, the Confederates could point to their ability to stand up to a larger force and inflict more casualties than they received. In truth, however, the Battle of Perryville was a tactical stalemate, and it was a strategic victory for the Union. As with Lee's Maryland invasion, Bragg's Heartland offensive into Kentucky was shut down, and his army retreated to Tennessee. Buell, like McClellan, failed to follow his enemy and strike quickly in East Tennessee as Lincoln had wished. Lincoln removed Buell from command. The Union's western forces were reorganized, and Buell's Army of the Ohio was folded into the new Department of the Cumberland under Major General William Rosecrans. In the east, General Burnside had replaced McClellan as the commander of the Army of the Potomac. Although Burnside had distinguished himself in a few earlier operations, he did not believe himself ready for command of the full army. But when told that the commander would be either him or his rival, Joe Hooker, he reluctantly accepted the post. Burnside immediately demonstrated that he was willing to seek the fights that McClellan would not. He planned a bold, fast march to Fredericksburg, Virginia. There, he would cross the Rappahannock River and then advance along the railroad line to Richmond. he was positioned to get there ahead of Lee, cutting the rebel general off from his main base of operations. The Army of the Potomac set out on November 15th, and within 2 days, Burnside's advance elements reached the north side of the Rappahannock. The Confederates had long since destroyed the bridges across the river. Burnside's plan called for pontoon bridges to be quickly sent to the front and assembled for the Army, now 120,000 strong, to cross. This is where Burnside's plan fell apart. A series of administrative failures delayed the bridges for 17 days, more than enough time for Lee to arrange his forces. Lee's artillery and infantry were dug in. Crossing the Rappahannock would be a bloody affair. Burnside arranged his forces into 3 grand divisions. Major General Edwin Sumner commanded the Right Grand Division, Major General Joseph Hooker the center, and Major General William Franklin the left. Each division included 2 corps of infantry plus cavalry. Confederate Lieutenant General James Longstreet later recounted,
On the morning of the 11th of December, 1862, an hour or so before daylight, the slumbering Confederates were awakened by a solitary cannon thundering on the heights of Marye's Hill. The aroused Confederates recognized the signal of the Washington artillery and knew that the Federal troops were preparing to cross the Rappahannock. Until 1 o'clock this contest lasted, when the Federals, with angry desperation, turned their whole force of artillery on the little city and sent down from the heights a perfect storm of shot and shell, crushing the houses with a cyclone of fiery metal. From our position on the heights, we saw the batteries hurling an avalanche upon the town, whose only offense was near its edge in a snug retreat, nestled 3,000 Confederate hornets that were stinging the Army of the Potomac into a frenzy. But in the midst of all this fury, the little brigade of Mississippians clung to their work. At last, when I had everything in readiness, I sent a peremptory order to Barksdale to withdraw, which he did, fighting as he retired before the Federals, who had by that time succeeded in landing a number of their troops.
Sumner's division secured the town of Fredericksburg and then looted it, smashing whatever they could find in the abandoned homes. On the 13th, Union troops began their attack on the Confederate line. On the left, south of the town, Franklin's division was stopped short by Stonewall Jackson's artillery. On the right, Hooker's divisions had to cross a sunken road and a mile of open ground to capture Marye's Heights. Longstreet commanded the defense there.
This was just where we had expected attack, and I was prepared to meet it. As the troops massed before us, they were very much annoyed by the fire of our batteries. The field was literally packed with Federals from the vast number of troops that had been massed in the town. From the moment of their appearance began the most fearful carnage. With our artillery from the front, right, and left tearing through their ranks, the Federals pressed forward with almost invincible determination, maintaining their steady step and closing up their broken ranks. Thus resolutely they marched upon the stone fence, behind which they quietly waited the Confederate brigade of General Cobb. As they came within reach of this brigade, a storm of lead was poured into their advancing ranks, and they were swept away from the field like chaff before the wind.
Union troops made 7 charges at the Marye's Heights, all resulting in the same terrible result.
When night came to end the dreadful carnage, and the Federals withdrew, leaving the battlefield literally heaped with the bodies of their dead. Before the well-directed fire of Cobb's brigade, the Federals had fallen like a steady dripping of rain from the eaves of our house. Our musketry alone killed and wounded at least 5,000, and these, with the slaughter by the artillery, left over 7,000 killed and wounded before the foot of Marye's Hill. The dead were piled sometimes 3 deep, and when morning broke, the spectacle that we saw upon the battlefield was one of the most distressing I ever witnessed.
Union casualties were staggering. Almost 12,700 men, including 1,300 killed and 9,600 wounded. Lee's Army of Virginia suffered less than half those losses. Burnside withdrew his forces across the river, his advance toward Richmond thwarted. In the west, General Rosecrans, the new commander of the Army of the Cumberland, was settled in Nashville. Despite repeated urging by the War Department, Rosecrans had refused to move against Confederate General Bragg. He took his time reorganizing, resupplying, and training his men in Nashville. Finally, the day after Christmas, 1862, Rosecrans marched from the city in 3 columns, seeking the enemy. Bragg, meanwhile, was in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. He was struggling against subordinate generals who had sent a request to Jefferson Davis to have Bragg removed and replaced by General Joseph E. Johnston. Davis determined not to remove Bragg, but neither did he remove the fractious generals under him. Rosecrans marched his over 80,000 men toward Murfreesboro, harassed along the way by Confederate Brigadier General Joseph Wheeler's cavalry. Rosecrans was forced to leave about half his force along the way to guard his rear and supply lines from Wheeler's attacks. On December 30th, Rosecrans found Bragg's army in a strong position astride Stones River, blocking the way to Chattanooga. Rosecrans and Bragg developed identical battle plans, each planning to envelop the enemy's right flank. The Confederates seized the initiative, striking at dawn on December 31st. A Confederate corps, supported by cavalry, struck the Union right. They quickly pushed the defending Union troops back. Meanwhile, Wheeler's cavalry was wreaking havoc. Transports of wounded soldiers back to Nashville required heavy escorts, pulling men from the Union line. The Union's right flank was bent back, though by afternoon, the Confederate assault had bogged down. The following day, New Year's, both sides sat warily facing each other. Bragg believed that Rosecrans was planning a retreat, which indeed many of Rosecrans' officers were advising. But the Union forces were digging in. When Bragg attacked the Union left wing on January 2nd, massed Union artillery stopped them cold, and Union counterattacks pushed the Confederate right flank back. Rosecrans received resupplies and reinforcements on January 3rd. Bragg could see now that the Army of the Cumberland wasn't going to retreat and would instead continue to receive fresh troops. Bragg had only 20,000 effectives at this point, and Rosecrans could soon have more than 3 times as many. Bragg withdrew to the south, and Rosecrans occupied Murfreesboro. Though the battle had achieved little tactically, it was a powerful morale boost for the Union. Lincoln wrote to Rosecrans, "You gave us a hard-earned victory, which had there been a defeat instead, the nation could scarcely have lived over." The Confederate threat to Kentucky and Middle Tennessee had been halted. Rosecrans dug massive earthworks at Murfreesboro, which served as a Union supply depot until the end of the war. Back in the East, Burnside made another disastrous attempt on Fredericksburg. This time, his plan was to take advantage of the unusually dry weather to move his troops a few miles up the Rappahannock, where they could cross at fords. They set out on January 19th and continued their progress over dry, frozen ground on the 20th. Finally, his army completely mired, Burnside called a halt to the Mud March. Not surprisingly, perhaps, Burnside's subordinate generals were unhappy with their commander. As had happened with the Confederate commander Bragg, Burnside's subordinates took their complaints to the president. Furious, Burnside demanded that either he or his subordinates be removed. Unlike Jefferson Davis, Lincoln removed the commander. Burnside was transferred to command the Department of the Ohio. Major General Joseph Hooker was given command of the Army of the Potomac. Nicknamed Fighting Joe by journalists, he had a reputation for bold action as a division and corps commander. John Meade Gould described the change.
Hooker put life into everything, a very much needed life as it was too, and his most important act, in a soldier's estimation, was the providing of good rations. From our first arrival at Stafford Courthouse, we began to improve in every way. We had drills and dress parades as often as the weather would permit. Inspections by general and staff officers were made more frequently than ever before. When they saw anything worth complimenting, they did it in writing. Much praise was due McClellan for his success with raw troops after Bull Run. But Hooker taught old soldiers and made 100 improvements upon an army which had come to believe it knew everything.
Hooker abolished Burnside's grand divisions, returning the Army to its former organization of 7 corps, each with about 15,000 men. Hooker also introduced corps badges. These provided a sense of identity to the men and greatly improved the esprit de corps. Each division within a corps had a variation of that corps' badge in a different color. The badges were worn over their left breast or on the left side of their caps. The 6th Corps would soon distinguish itself under Major General John Sedgwick when they would finally capture the Marye's Heights at Fredericksburg. The 9th Corps was formed by General Burnside, and it followed him when he was transferred to the Western Theater. Hooker also greatly improved the Army's cavalry. Although the Confederacy had been making excellent use of cavalry under leaders such as Jeb Stuart, Joseph Wheeler, and Nathan Bedford Forrest, the Union's cavalry units were usually simply attached to the infantry corps and given little role in campaigns. Hooker created a unified cavalry command under General George Stoneman. As an indication of how this change improved the Union cavalry, Leonard Jordan, a private with the 10th Maine Battalion, later wrote,
"The cavalry of the Army of the Potomac had lately shown much pluck, and hereafter we were no more to hear the taunt, 'Who ever saw a dead cavalryman?' Nor was a squad of cavalry galloping to the rear past infantry on the march to be assailed by the cry, 'Look out for fun ahead, boys! Cavalry to the rear.'"
Hooker had, as John Meade Gould said, improved the Army in 100 ways. Better officer training, better inspections, better food, better ambulance corps, better cavalry, and more. His men were rested and his army was large. With almost 134,000 men, his army dwarfed whatever forces the Confederacy could put in front of him. Lee's 60,000 troops occupied the heights south of the Rappahannock below Fredericksburg. They had fortified a 15-mile line. To move past Lee's fortifications would require strategy as well as force. At the end of April, Hooker made his move. 3 infantry corps, numbering about 70,000 men, moved secretly northwest up the Rappahannock, where they could ford the streams to Lee's north. 2 other corps, with 40,000 men, were to feign an attack on Fredericksburg, striking across at the same spot where the Union had met defeat in December. These corps were intended to tie down Lee's forces in Fredericksburg. At the same time, 10,000 cavalry were sent to raid behind Lee's rear, cutting his supply lines to Richmond and diverting his attention. The campaign began well for Hooker. By April 30th, Hooker had led his 70,000 infantry across the Rappahannock and Rapidan rivers. They advanced to Chancellorsville, a major crossroads 9 miles west of Fredericksburg. They were now in a low, flat, wooded area, locally known as the Wilderness. Narrow roads and thick woods limited movement and visibility. Meanwhile, another 40,000 Union infantry demonstrated against Fredericksburg, holding Confederate attention there. For once, the Union Army seemed to have outmaneuvered Lee. The question that remained was, what would they do now? Having sent most of his cavalry on that failed mission to harass Lee's rear, Hooker now had no cavalry to warn him of General Lee's movements. And Lee was moving. While 1 brigade of cavalry kept Stoneman's cavalry under surveillance, the rest of the Confederate horsemen, under Jeb Stuart, had been shadowing Hooker and sending information back to Lee. Lee knew exactly where the bulk of Hooker's forces were and their strength. Confederate Major General Richard Anderson, whose infantry division were supporting Jeb Stuart's cavalry, fell back to a spot midway between Chancellorsville and Fredericksburg, called Tabernacle Church, and began fortifying a line there. Hooker, having convinced himself that Lee would retreat, failed to strike early while his forces were in a superior position. Abner Doubleday, a major general serving under Hooker, later described the events of that campaign.
In the present instance, it was simply suicidal for Hooker to delay action until Anderson had fortified his lines and Lee had come forward with the main body to join him. Hooker should have pressed on immediately to seize the objective, but he delayed action all that long night until 11 o'clock of the next morning. When he did make the effort, the line he was about to occupy was well fortified and held by all but one division and one brigade of Lee's army. On May 1st at 11 a.m., Hooker moved out from Chancellorsville to attack Lee in 4 columns. Sickles' corps was posted in the rear of the Chancellor House as a reserve. Stonewall Jackson, according to his invariable custom to find and fight his enemy as soon as possible, had moved forward from Tabernacle Church so that the two armies encountered each other about 2.5 miles from Chancellorsville. Altogether, the general line was a good one, for there were large open spaces where the artillery could move and maneuver, and the army were almost out of the thickets.
But Hooker, perhaps shocked by Lee's failure to retreat, ordered his troops back to Chancellorsville to take defensive positions. His subordinate officers protested. They would be surrendering the relatively high ground with its superior position for both artillery and infantry and withdrawing to the wilderness where their large numbers would be of much less importance. Despite their protests, the generals obeyed their orders and fell back to Chancellorsville, where they assumed a strong defensive position. Hooker still had about a 2-to-1 advantage over Lee in numbers, and he still expected Lee to retreat toward Richmond. But Lee had no intention of retreating. On the night of May 1st, Lee met with Jackson to plan an assault on the Union forces. While they were meeting, they received word from Jeb Stuart regarding the enemy's position.
Jackson at once asked permission to take his own corps, about 26,000 muskets, make a detour through the woods to conceal his march from observation and fall unexpectedly upon the weak point referred to by Stuart. If the 11th Corps had prepared for Jackson's approach by a line properly fortified with redoubts on the flanks, the men protected in front by felled timber and sheltered by breastworks, with the artillery at the angles crossing its fire in front, Jackson's corps would have been powerless to advance.
Just after 5 p.m., Jackson's forces attacked, screaming their rebel yell and driving all the animals of the forest before them. Jackson quickly rolled up the various brigades of Howard's corps. Some Union units made a valiant effort, but they were forced to retreat in a rout. Jackson pushed the Union right flank back 2 miles before sunset, when fresh Union troops put a halt to the advance. But Stonewall Jackson's tremendously impressive military success would be his last. That night, Jackson and a few other officers rode out ahead of the Confederate line, looking for weaknesses in the Union defenses so that the rebels could press their advantage. When they rode back to their own lines, they were mistaken for Union cavalry. Confederate infantry fired upon them in the confusion, and Jackson took 2 bullets in his left arm. The arm had to be amputated. While he lay recuperating, Stonewall Jackson contracted pneumonia. 8 days later, he died. May 3rd, the day after Jackson's successful attack, saw fierce fighting both at Chancellorsville and Fredericksburg. In the night, Hooker had sent word to Major General John Sedgwick that his 6th Corps should push through Fredericksburg towards Lee's rear. This meant attacking the trenches and stone wall that had thrown back Burnside's forces the previous December. This time, the result was a happier one for the Union. After being knocked back twice by Jubal Early's division defending Marie's Heights, Sedgwick's force was successful on its 3rd attempt. Back at Chancellorsville, Hooker was presented with opportunities for his units to strike at Confederate forces, but for some reason, he let those opportunities pass. Lee's forces consolidated and set up their artillery to pound Hooker's men. Hooker himself was knocked unconscious when a cannonball struck his tent. He quickly recovered and ordered a withdrawal, disappointing officers who wished to counterattack. In the face of Hooker's inactivity, Lee took a division the next day to put a stop to Sedgwick's advance. Without Sedgwick's force to distract Lee, Hooker felt his offensive could not go forward. He called council of war, asking his officers whether they felt they should withdraw. A majority of the officers preferred to stay and fight, but Hooker determined to withdraw nonetheless. Throughout the night of May 5th and in the early hours of May 6th, Hooker's forces withdrew across the river at the U.S. Ford. Their withdrawal frustrated Lee, who had planned another assault on the Union forces for the morning of the 6th. Lee had won the day, despite being outnumbered almost 2-1. But victory had come at a high cost. Of his 60,000 men involved in the campaign, over 13,000, 22%, were casualties. And in Jackson, the South lost one of its most able generals. Union losses were somewhat higher in numbers, about 17,000, but were only 13% of their forces. Given the Confederacy's limited manpower, it could ill afford those losses. It was, of course, a stunning victory for the Confederacy and a shocking loss for the Union. For years afterward, Hooker and his generals would point fingers at each other, declaring that the battle was lost because of either Hooker's timidity or his subordinates' incompetence. Almost a century and a half later, the U.S. Army Center of Military History summarized the cause of Confederate victory at Chancellorsville.
Actually, Lee's brilliant and daring maneuvers had defeated only one man, Hooker, and in no other action of the war did moral superiority of one general over the other stand out so clearly as a decisive factor in battle. Lee was so successful in part because Hooker made so many mistakes. Here again was a general who could effectively lead a body of troops under his own eyes, but could not use maps, reports, and messages to evaluate and control situations that were beyond his range of vision. Hooker, not the Army of the Potomac, lost the Battle of Chancellorsville.
The loss hurt morale in the North and boosted morale in the South. In particular, General Robert E. Lee's confidence in his army had grown so large that Virginia could not contain it. Believing his men were practically invincible, he determined to once again take the battle to the North. And so, the Army of Virginia moved from its greatest triumph to its greatest defeat. Gettysburg.
I have been shown in the files of the War Department a statement of the Adjutant General of Massachusetts that you are the mother of 5 sons who have died gloriously on the field of battle. I feel how weak and fruitless must be any words of mine which should attempt to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming. But I cannot refrain from tendering to you the consolation that may be found in the thanks of the Republic they died to save. I pray that our Heavenly Father may assuage the anguish of your bereavement and leave you only the cherished memory of the loved and lost, and the solemn pride that must be yours to have laid so costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom.
In May of 1863, the 2 principal armies, followed by the Northern Press, the Eastern Army under General Hooker and the Western Army under General Grant, were positioning themselves to score 2 great Union victories. For Hooker, that hope turned to utter defeat. The loss of Jackson was a terrible blow for the South, and certainly and most directly for the field operations of the Army of Northern Virginia. No officer at the time could honestly and effectively evaluate the emotions of the general staff down to the men in the ranks at the loss of their world-famous battle commander. But within the next 6 weeks, the plan of march would quickly force the men in the Army of Northern Virginia to finish their lamentations and move onward. Lee would be forced to restructure his army on the eve of the greatest Eastern campaign of the war, the Confederate invasion of Pennsylvania and momentous Battle of Gettysburg. Another result of the Battle of Chancellorsville was the resulting lack of confidence many in the Northern leadership, the press, and men in the Army had with Hooker. He seemed to have been seized with fear after he thought he had Lee trapped. The veteran units of both armies buried their dead, wished their wounded the best, and waited for their next opportunity to strike at their foes, but for different reasons. The Army of Northern Virginia was at its highest peak of confidence it had had since its creation. Both the defensive victory at Fredericksburg and the offensive victory at Chancellorsville had proven that no matter what circumstances it may be thrown into, Lee's men felt that they could take on and defeat any general that Lincoln placed in command to come after them. Once again, the Rappahannock separated the armies, but in June, the distances apart were somewhat farther than in the winter. Most of Lee's men had been concentrated around Culpeper, where Stuart's cavalry screened the army by picketing the various fords within eyesight of Yankee patrols. Union General Hooker was looking to find ways to initiate a redemption for himself and safely strike at Lee. This was to be inaugurated by the newly organized Cavalry Corps of the Army of the Potomac under General Alfred Pleasonton. This opportunity happened on June 9th, 1863, with the frenzied Battle of Brandy Station. Pleasonton was ordered to hit Stuart, and although an unrealistic objective, he was to perhaps cripple or run off Stuart's force, opening a clearer road in the upcoming series of marches against Lee. But at the very least, the Federal troopers would show what they were made of after 2 years of getting bullied and bested by Stuart's troopers, the toast of Lee's army. The Federal strike force of 11,000 men, with some infantry supports, shoved many of Stuart's brigades around in the early portions of the fighting. The Union cavalry came very close to pushing right up on the Confederate cavalier himself and taking him prisoner. Stuart was clearly caught off guard by the branch of service that the Army of Northern Virginia may have often chuckled over in the past, the Federal cavalry. Brandy Station changed that perception. All types of cavalry fighting took place around the former Confederate headquarters, stables, and parade fields. Regiments charged regiments and fought saber to saber. Some units threw themselves at the enemy, delivering salvos of pistol rounds, and at various instances, cavalry dismounted and used their carbines to slow an opposing force down. Stuart's veterans did manage to stabilize the damage, and the Federals pulled off. Regardless of who claimed victory, the Federal troopers demonstrated their equality to Stuart's best men. For the idolized Stuart, he was heavily criticized for his actions and almost having his corps broken up and dispersed. It was known to many that Stuart was caught unprepared and was more concerned with staging shows than keeping a real eye on Hooker's army. This lingering effect would leave a stain on Stuart's image, and he would attempt to regain some glory in the movements into the North. This attempt would have a subtle but ultimately far-reaching consequence for the tactical decisions made in operations soon to come in Maryland and Pennsylvania. From this ominous start of the Gettysburg campaign, Lee worked on getting his military plans approved in detail in Richmond with President Davis, and the myriad military logistics that needed to be done in absolute secrecy. Davis approved, and because this was a more bold move than the impulsive 1862 invasion, Lee wanted more men, and to take as many men as could be afforded to leave posts around Richmond, Petersburg, and coastal Carolina. Lee would assemble over 70,000 men and would have the biggest army he would ever have at his disposal. But this army had new commanders, some new units and marched northward in a state of supreme confidence. The Army of Northern Virginia was well armed, well uniformed, and rather well rested on the eve of this march, unlike the previous Maryland campaign. The Army of the Potomac under Hooker did not realize it at the time, but they quickly lost several days on Lee's army marching northward, and once again, Hooker seemed to prove he was ineffective at coping with Lee's genius. With the leadership at Washington not believing in Hooker and the rank and file not trusting him, the relieving of Hooker was assured. In a letter dispatched to Hooker, Halleck wrote,
"Your application to be relieved from your present command is received. As you were appointed to this command by the President, I have no power to relieve you. Your dispatch has been duly referred for executive action."
But Lincoln needed a proven leader in command of the army about to fight its first battle on Pennsylvanian soil. The choices were various, and by this point, in the career of the Army of the Potomac, there were issues of seniority, competence, and who the men would follow. Ultimately, the choice would become Major General George Meade, commander of the 5th Corps. Meade was an old regular officer with a solid reputation as a field leader on the division and corps command. More than that, he was a Pennsylvanian and was generally respected by his fellow officers. General Meade, at his headquarters just outside Frederick, was awakened from his well-deserved sleep on June 28th and was notified of his new post. He wrote in a letter to his wife,
At 3 a.m., I was aroused from my sleep by an officer from Washington entering my tent, saying he had to give me trouble. At first, I thought it was to either relieve or arrest me. He then handed me a communication to read, which I found was an order relieving Hooker of command and assigning me to it.
Meade was officially placed in command of the Army of the Potomac on June 28th, what would be 3 days before the Battle of Gettysburg. By the 30th, the two armies had bumped into each other in Pennsylvania, mostly along the border between Emmitsburg, Maryland, and the Pennsylvanian towns of Fairfield and Gettysburg. It was the Union cavalry that probed Lee's infantry, and because Stuart was still away from Lee and not screening the infantry, Pleasanton's troopers were doing what Stuart should have done for Lee. General John Buford could have let the Confederates enter the town, as some of Ewell's men had already done a few days before, and just watched from the flanks. The veteran Indian fighter decided to occupy and picket the western approaches to town, and in the morning initiate a fight with whatever was thrown his way. The crack of carbine in the early morning hours of July 1st, 1863, was delivered by Lieutenant Marcellus Jones, an officer of the picket along the Chambersburg Pike, a few miles west of town. That shot was delivered into Confederate General Heath's division, moving in strength up the road, obviously attempting to bully General Buford's men out of the way. Many men in Lee's army had no idea that the Army of the Potomac had caught up to them, and thought that the blue-coated uniforms around Gettysburg would have belonged to militia and home guard units. Heath's division, led by General Archer's Alabama and Tennessee brigades, along with General Joseph Davis's Mississippi and North Carolina brigade, slowly pushed Buford's dismounted cavalry back. During this fight, the lead elements of the infantry of the Army of the Potomac under General John Reynolds moved up the several miles from their advanced position between Emmitsburg and Gettysburg. The infantry moved past the Lutheran Theological Seminary and relieved the Union troopers not too soon before they may have been driven off. The leading elements belonged to General Cutler's brigade of Pennsylvania and New York troops, and the vaunted and well-known unit of Westerners, often referred to as either the Iron Brigade or Black Hat Brigade, the latter in reference to their distinctive black army hats. The first infantry volley of the battle was appropriately shot by the 56th Pennsylvania on a place just beyond an unfinished railroad cut. The Federals along the cut repulsed Davis, and the Iron Brigade slammed into Archer's brigade in the woods. This close-in fighting would also see the death of the man who was suggested to take command of the Army of the Potomac, Major General John F. Reynolds, commander of the 1st Corps and the Army's left wing. The 11th Corps held as long as the 1st Corps did, but they were being pressed hard and on the flanks. But despite that, would oftentimes charge into the Confederates. One soldier, Sidney J. Richardson, of the 21st Georgia Infantry, wrote home of his respect for the men on the 11th Corps front.
One Yankee regiment charged us, but we all fell down behind a fence and received the charge first before they got to us. I think they fight harder in their own country than they do in Virginia. I'd rather to fight them in Virginia than here, for we had to leave a great many of our wounded in the hands of the Yankees.
The end was slowly coming for the Federals, where many companies and regiments were ceasing to exist. The 24th Michigan Infantry was the cornerstone of the defense in McPherson's Woods, and their service exemplifies the courage of the Federal defenders. One soldier, Corporal Orson B. Curtis, wrote of one of several defenses his regiments put up on July 1st.
A 5th line of battle where he, Colonel Morrow, planted the colors. On this new line, while waving his sword over his head to rally the men, Captain O'Donnell was instantly killed, and Lieutenant Grace received 2 wounds, both of which were mortal. Gradually contesting every foot of ground, step by step, frequently almost surrounded, through and out the woods and over the open field, what was now left of the 24th had been forced back to the friendly rail fence barricade just west of the seminary.
In the end, the 24th Michigan sustained 399 losses of 496 men engaged, and would retreat from the seminary with only 26 men around the colors. The line at the seminary was flanked on the left by portions of General McGowan's matchless South Carolina Brigade, and about the same time of day, Early's division of Ewell's Corps flanked the right of the 11th Corps. The stream of men started to move back through Gettysburg. Regiments on the field that could still form a line often did not want to quit the action. One Federal surgeon, James Fulton, of the 143rd Pennsylvania Infantry, wrote of an incident where he encountered some members of the 11th Corps about this time of retreat.
I tried to get these poor fellows, 11th Corps men, to go on, make their escape to our lines, they being on the retreat. But I could not get them to move, and many were taken prisoners that night who could easily have made their escape. They had, however, done good work, for had the 11th Corps not come up and supported the right of the 1st Corps in that first day's fight, when General Gordon was trying to get around our right flank, the left being slowly turned all day towards the right, but in helping us, the 11th Corps suffered severely.
The Federal soldiers soon found themselves moving rearward, some units in order, and some squads of men and individuals making themselves generals and issuing their own commands. When they emerged from the southern end of town, they found General Hancock, commander of the 2nd Corps, who was sent ahead to assume command of the defense of the heights beyond the town and organize the troops coming upon the field. Also there, and somewhat displeased that Hancock commanded the field, was Howard, who assisted in placing troops on the heights of Cemetery Hill, Culp's Hill, and Cemetery Ridge. It was organized chaos, but the calmness of Hancock reassured the men. Meade was moving with the trailing elements of the army and would arrive on the field later that evening. The first day of fighting ended with a Confederate victory, but the bloodletting was unimaginable. The 1st and 11th Corps took approximately 10,000 collective casualties in killed, wounded, and missing. A great many of the Confederate regiments fought on July 2nd and July 3rd, so determining their exact casualties on the day is difficult, but some units were torn to shreds. The 26th North Carolina lost almost 600 men in their fight against the Iron Brigade. Whereas officers in the Army of the Potomac would show quick and prompt boldness in their command and control, their enemies were for the first time timid. Lee was on the field the night of July 1st with most of his army. Ewell and Hill bore the brunt of the first day's fighting, with Hill's men taking the lion's share of the casualties. Longstreet's corps was mostly stacked up between Chambersburg and Gettysburg, but would be marching through the earliest hours of July 2nd to get on the field ready for action. The men of both armies knew that the next day would bring on the main bout of fighting. The fighting on July 2nd would demonstrate just how good these two armies were at fighting and methodically killing each other. For the civilians who remained in Gettysburg, their homes were becoming hospitals, and there were dead men and horses in the streets and yards. But some tried to just go on and help the wounded when possible. Most of the first part of the day was spent in skirmishing and probing each other's lines. Lee wanted to attack with his whole force, and that depended on Longstreet's men coming up the pike. Due to some errors in marching and unforgivable delays, Longstreet's corps, designed to launch the attack, was delayed. This delay allowed the Army of the Potomac to get more troops into line and fix its positions. For the Army of Northern Virginia and General Lee, the plan was clear. Hit both the flanks with simultaneous vigor, if possible. Ewell would hit the heights of Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill, the right flank of Meade's army, and Longstreet would slam into the left flank by the Round Tops. A.P. Hill's corps, still smarting from its wounds the day before, would hold the center. As remembered by the civilians of Gettysburg, 4 p.m. and the crash of artillery signaled the start of the attack. Longstreet's assault would move right to left with a front of nearly a mile. One of the leading units in those attacks was the famous Texas Brigade in General Hood's division. This brigade was renowned for its ferocity in the attack. Earned at places like Gaines Mill, 2nd Manassas, and the cornfield at Sharpsburg, and now in front of them was the 3rd Corps of the Army of the Potomac, occupying strong positions at the Devil's Den, and behind them, Little Round Top and Big Round Top. Once the Texas Brigade was ordered to advance, they eagerly stepped off into the fight. Soldier J.B. Polly of the 4th Texas wrote of that moment.
We moved quietly forward down the steep decline, gaining impetus as we reached the more level ground below. The enemy had already opened fire on us, but we did not stop to return it. Forward, double quick rang out, and then the Texas turned loose. Across the valley and over the little stream that ran out through it, they swept, every man for himself. The first man down was my right file man, William Langley, a noble brave boy with a mini ball straight through his brain. I caught him as he fell against me, and I laid him down dead.
This attack by Hood's men smashed into the 3rd Corps, the fighting along the heights getting close and much apart from the traditional linear tactics of the time. Units moved around boulders and trees, and the fighting became much like Indian fighting that many of the Texans were familiar with. The defenders of the 3rd Corps could not hold their left flank around those heights, and a call for reinforcements was sent out. The 5th Corps would be on the way, but Sickles' men would have to sell out to buy that time. The action around the Texans at Devil's Den and the Wheatfield moved quickly as other troops attacked past the Rose Farm and Peach Orchard. Sickles' men were doing exactly what the 1st Corps did the day before, trading lives for time. The artillery of the Army of the Potomac supported the infantry with reckless abandon. This combat was no better described than by a staff officer surveying the fighting. Lieutenant Adolfo Cavada, a Pennsylvanian of Cuban origins, wrote of the Confederate attacks and his own troops' heroic defense.
A copious shower of shell and canister from the enemy was followed up by a diabolical cheer and yell, and "Here they come!" rang along our line. At this moment, my horse was shot in the leg and pranced around frantically. Our batteries opened. Our troops rose to their feet. The crash of artillery and tearing rattle of our musketry is staggering and added to the noise of our side. The advancing roar and cheer of the enemy's masses coming on like devils incarnate.
These attacks at the Peach Orchard were led by General William Barksdale's brigade of Mississippians, whose men pierced the Federal center there. The Mississippians were tornadoes, wrecking the Federal lines along the Emmitsburg Road. The combat was close, too, ranges usually less than 50 yards. Sickles himself was removed from the field, seriously wounded, but his troops retreated and made stand after stand, fighting and pulling back. It was brilliant fighting on both sides, and the casualties mounted. The question was, how long could the Confederates keep on with the same intensity on that hot July day? When Colonel Strong Vincent's brigade and other troops rushed to the Round Tops, the Texas Brigade and the Alabama troops astride them could make little headway. General Hood was down wounded too, which may have slowed the coordination of taking the heights. Counterattacks coming across the northern face of the Little Round Top showed that there was seemingly endless supports arriving behind Union lines, but there was no way to know where from and how many. Once again, valuable intelligence was lacking because Stuart was not on the field. Portions of Hill's corps, which were to go in after Longstreet's men, started to make headway on the ground in front of the Cemetery Ridge, but coordination in the chain of command faltered and the attack slowed to a halt. Federal troops, often directed by General Hancock himself, counterattacked, most notably the 1st Minnesota Infantry, which charged into a Confederate brigade and lost over 80% of its men. Each unit fought like their nation's life depended on it, and they took the steam out of the attack. The action would shift to Culp's Hill, where the fighting would become even closer and desperate amongst the fortified positions that the 12th Corps built there since the early morning hours. But, unlike the fighting south of town, this fight would be of a much smaller scale in a confined space. The 7th Indiana Infantry was the first unit posted on Culp's Hill, and that by Hancock's direct order the night of July 1st, and then later that night more troops joined them. Paul Truitt, a sergeant in Company K's 7th Indiana Infantry, wrote of the defense there.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, the 12th Corps came and joined us on our right. Green's brigade of the 12th Corps, composed of New York troops, joined us. We fought on that line the 2nd and 3rd days. The rebels charged on this line of troops repeatedly, and at times they came over the breastworks, but our men stayed right there and fought the rebels to a finish. We had a better location than they and were better protected. We had a crossfire on the rebels and we could help our New York boys stand the Johnnies off. Those New York troops did as hard fighting as I ever saw men do. I walked over to Culp's Hill to see what we and the New York boys did to the Johnnies. The ground was literally covered with dead men. They were piled up on each other 4 and 5 deep. One couldn't walk without stepping on the dead bodies. The trees in front were shot down by our mini balls.
It was fighting that would ultimately repeat itself on July 3rd. But the fighting shifted on the night of July 2nd to East Cemetery Hill. There, the Louisiana Brigade of General Harry Hayes, the Tigers as they were called, charged upon the artillery atop the hill, fought hand to hand, and in the darkness were counterattacked by elements of the 2nd Corps. While that was being enacted, Colonel Isaac Avery, commanding the North Carolina Brigade on right of the Tigers, was stricken and mortally wounded. He found his last moments occupied by having an aide assist him in scribbling a note. "Tell Father I died with my face to the enemy." That sad affair ended with the repulse of the night attack, and nothing more would occur until the climactic events of July 3rd. The Confederates hammered both flanks of the Army of the Potomac, and with equal resolve, the Bluecoats held the line, inflicting ghastly casualties upon Lee's veterans. Meade held a council of war late the night of July 2nd, and the Corps commanders of the Army of the Potomac agreed to hold the line rather than pull out under the cover of darkness. Meade let it be known that he thought Lee tried both flanks and failed, and thought that if there were another attack in the morning, it'd be directed at the center, thought to be possibly the weakest position of the Army of the Potomac. For Lee, he turned to Longstreet, his war horse, for the leadership to orchestrate and attack Meade's center. At about 1 p.m., Longstreet had all his forces organized for a bold strike against the center. His forces consisted of Pickett's division, fresh and ready to go, Pettigrew's division, formerly Heath's, who was recovering from his wound of July 1st, whose troops were completely battered, and then a supporting force of 2 North Carolina brigades commanded by General Isaac Trimble, who finally found a command. All told, the force numbered approximately 12,000 men. The signal guns may have been fired around 1 p.m., but that is often debated as everyone seemed to record a slightly different time. But sometime between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., the attack commenced. The artilleryman who was tasked with coordinating the bombardment prior to the attack was E.P. Alexander, a sturdy and true West Pointer, and a genius of artillery tactics. Alexander wrote of the beginning of the most famous attack of the war.
So I wrote another note to Pickett and sent it at 1:35, 10 minutes after the first note. For God's sake, come quick. The 18 guns are gone. Come quick, or I cannot support you. I sent 2 written and 1 verbal message to that effect, for I was afraid of their losing time in their little preliminaries, and I wanted to get them inspired to disregard everything but getting there. On getting the first one, Pickett rode to Longstreet, who was nearby, and showed it. Longstreet read it and made no comment. Pickett said, "General, shall I advance?" Pickett paused a few seconds and saluted and said, "I'm going to move forward, sir."
Longstreet was actually frozen with disapproval, as he believed the attack would fail and did respectfully suggest that to Lee. But at this moment, his order was not needed. Every officer, especially the gallant Pickett, knew what needed to be done. Pickett rode to his men and got the brigades moving forward. Garnett and Kemper would be in front, with Armstead in support. Everyone in the command staff knew he was attacking his old pre-war Army friend, Hancock. Armstead told his men to remember their homes, families, and Virginia. Pickett was on the right flank of the attack, and Pettigrew on the left, with Trimble in support. They were ordered to a converging point, or a concentration point on the Federal lines, near a copse of trees adjacent to an abrupt angle in a nearby stone wall. That is where they would hopefully pierce the lines of the Army of the Potomac. It was a wide open field and almost a mile across. The artillery of both sides pounded each other for quite some time. In Pickett's division alone, hundreds of men were knocked out of the ranks before they even cleared their own lines. The battle lines were miles across, but Pettigrew and Pickett had to concentrate and connect their men, and that took place just before the Emmitsburg Road. Before that time, dozens of Federal batteries pounded the attackers. When the troops reached the road, they found themselves in musket range of the infantry, behind slight fortifications ahead of them. That last 200 yards to Federal lines was one that none of those Confederates wanted to cross, but cross they did. Some of them raided themselves high over the turnpike fence, only to be cut down, and the remnants of Garnett's brigade surged towards the angle near the copse of trees. Kemper bogged down behind the Cadore farmyards just south of the angle. His men were getting flanked by General Stannard's 9 months Vermont brigade. Armistead rushed his men up to the road and tried to get his men along to help Garnett. At some point in the fight thereafter, the alien general, who was mounted, moved up close to the angle, and a blast of canister obliterated the Virginian. His horse trotted back towards Armstead's men. Not too far from this, Kemper was also shot down, but not before some of his men had briefly pierced the Federal lines south of the copse of trees. Those men, as remembered by survivors of the battle, raised the rebel yell and took several steps forward when Captain Andrew Cowan's New York battery unleashed 6 cannons of double canister at about 30 to 40 feet. The Virginians vanished into a pinkish red mist. That left Armistead to accomplish the objective. Not knowing that the attack was crumbling, Armistead came up towards the angle with a good number of his men and some remnants of Garnett's brigade. With about 200 to 300 men, he was conspicuous with his hat atop his sword. He called on the men to follow him and reminded them that home was just over those hills. Some of Pickett's men also got a prize for a good shot, as General Hancock was shot from his horse, and like Kemper, seriously wounded. Men were falling fast on both sides. The bravest of Pickett's men kept moving, and over the stone wall with Armistead. This surge broke the Federal lines, with Virginians being joined by some elements of the right flank of Pettigrew's force, Tennessee troops from Archer's brigade. The spot was in front of Lieutenant Alonzo Cushing's United States Artillery Battery. Cushing had already fallen, killed by several shots, one of which went through his mouth as he was giving his last command. It was upon Cushing's artillery that Armistead poised and directed his men. It was there that he was shot down, mortally wounded. By this point, the attack had completely fallen apart. Most regiments were busted up into squads or clusters of men protecting their colors or helping their wounded. Trimble was shot down in these final moments, just as there was a universal falling back of all the troops. This retreat was nothing more than these clusters of men planning what would be better, surrender or risk death on the retreat. Pickett's survivors, those that were not killed, wounded, or captured, moved past General Lee near the Confederate lines. The commanding general told them it was his fault, and they had done their work nobly. At first, Lee tried to react with due propriety, as the military situation would call for. Lee told Pickett that he should reform his division, to which Pickett reminded Lee that it no longer existed. He was not far from the truth. There would only be several hundred men that would reform, and they did not stop retreating until they got a few miles from the battlefield. From the lines of the Army of the Potomac came a chant of Fredericksburg from some of those regiments in the Second Corps that got wrecked in a similar fashion attacking the stone wall there. The combined casualties of both sides was approximately 51,000 men, or of the approximately 160,000 men that entered the battle, a brutal number to comprehend. But the campaign was not over. Lee offered a defensive battle from his own men dug in through the 4th of July. Some skirmishing was conducted throughout the next day, but Lee got his men going back towards the Potomac. The retreat began with moving a 17-mile-long ambulance wagon train in motion, on a far track away from possible Federal attacks. Then, through the mountains, Lee's army limped along, often with downpours of rain, making the plodding through the mud even more miserable. Eventually, Lee's men would get to the area around Williamsport, Maryland, and there found the Potomac swollen and impassable. Lee's men would be harassed by Federal cavalry the entire way, with Kilpatrick nipping on the Army's heels all the while. The feelings of many of the Army may have been summed up by Colonel David Aiken of the 7th South Carolina Infantry. Aiken was not completely downcast by the defeat, but offered this explanation to his wife. He wrote,
"By tomorrow night our wagons may be across, and if the enemy does not attack us, I think, or rather hope, I will take up our line to march for Virginia soil. This would be cheering news to this army. I don't think General Lee or anyone else will ever get back into Maryland again. I never want to try it over, certain."
By the time most of Lee's men had gotten back into Virginia, the news of events happening in Mississippi had reached the Army. Vicksburg, the strong bastion along the Mississippi River, had fallen. Vicksburg was a product of Western soldiering and campaigning, where wide, sweeping movements often culminated in a battle 100 miles from a previous engagement. The distances seem to have been greater, and in the early phases of the war in the West, controlling the riverways. There was no doubt at the time that Grant was the right man for the job in the West. His victories in 1862, Forts Henry and Donaldson, and then Shiloh, launched Grant's career, and along with some other subordinates, such as General William T. Sherman, would offer a tandem stronger perhaps than Lee and Jackson. That cooperation was needed to crack the Gibraltar of Vicksburg that everyone all the way up to President Jefferson Davis knew was the nailhead that kept the two sides of the river together. If the city was taken, it would surely give the entirety of the waterway control to the Federal Army and Navy. The first actions against it would come in December, when Sherman took his command, split from Grant's, and with those 32,000 men, came in from the south. Grant, with 40,000 men, would come in from the north, or the direction of Holly Springs, the federal base of operations. By the start of the April campaign against Vicksburg, Grant's Army of the Tennessee would consist of approximately 75,000 men. His primary opponent, General John Pemberton, a Pennsylvanian loyal to his new home in the South, commanded approximately 44,000 men of the Army of the Mississippi. General Joseph Johnston, the senior field commander in the campaign, attempted to coordinate with Pemberton, and to Johnston's dismay, Pemberton failed to accomplish anything. With additional victories against the forces of Pemberton at Champion's Hill and then Big Black River on May 16th and 17th, respectively, Grant seemed to be leading an unstoppable force. His men eventually bullied Pemberton's men back into their fortifications at Vicksburg. This set the stage for the first assaults on the defenses there. Johnston wanted Pemberton to save the army over the city, but Pemberton refused and planned to make the price of taking the city too high for Grant. On May 22nd, elements from Grant's army tested the defenses of Vicksburg. This type of attack was exactly what the defenders wanted, and the Confederate defenders inflicted 3,200 casualties in a matter of a few hours. It convinced Grant that he would lay on a siege against Pemberton. Rear Admiral David Dixon Porter would join in on the investment of the city with his gunboats, designed for using mortars and arching shot and shell as Vicksburg sat atop a bluff. The men in the ranks were not unused to digging in and getting dirty, but this settled-down style of military activity would be well remembered by the men in blue. One soldier, Lucius Barber of the 15th Illinois Infantry, carefully recalled the development of his engineering skills on the Vicksburg lines. It would be typical of the vast majority of Grant's men. He wrote,
"One day, General Grant rode along the line and told the boys he had plenty of ammunition and not to be afraid to use it. This was the signal for firing. Some of the boys expended over 200 rounds that day. The Rebs lay in their trenches whilst, like mice, not daring to show their heads. Some evenings we would crawl to the top of the hill near camp and watch the gunboats shell the city. From the instant the shell left the gun, we could trace its progress through the air. The terrified inhabitants sought safety in caves from these terrible engines of death. A practical engineer could so time the fuse to explode the shell whenever he wished."
There were weeks and weeks of skirmishing, constant sharpshooting, and occasionally a pitched sortie against the position just to test its strength. Ultimately, it would be the continued strain on the population, the reduced rations of the troops, and the knowledge that the Union Army was only getting stronger that made the garrison begin to wonder how this siege could possibly end with anything other than a surrender. For the 4,000 or more residents still within the city, they certainly would have been under similar thoughts, but they were civilians and did not sign up to be shot at. With no relief coming, and the people in the city resorting to eating rats and horses, Pemberton waited only until the first days of July to begin entertaining the thought of meeting with U.S. Grant to discuss terms for surrender. The 4th of July was a momentous day in American history to both Northerners and Southerners. But on that day, in 1863, General John Pemberton made a decision that would profoundly shake Southern morale and alter the course of the war in the West. Pemberton decided to surrender Vicksburg and give it to Grant and to the Army of the Tennessee. The Army of Mississippi surrendered approximately 30,000 men and 172 artillery pieces of all sorts, especially dozens of siege guns. The news of both Gettysburg and Vicksburg was spread throughout the North. Church bells in the cities from Chicago to Boston and all points of the Union rang out. The Eastern and Western armies had both won momentous fields against the Confederate armies. It was a turning point in the conflict, or at least it gave the Northern leadership and population renewed fervor to prosecute the war. And in the South, the words Gettysburg and Vicksburg were uttered in sad, hushed expressions.
87 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic cords of memory, stretching from every battlefield and patriot grave to every living heart and hearthstone all over this broad land, will yet swell the chorus of the Union, when again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature.
During the middle of July 1863, General Lee's bloodied Army of Northern Virginia limped back into Central Virginia, and the Army of the Potomac, despite President Lincoln's frustrations, let Lee's force escape. While those events in Virginia dominated the public's attention through the press, another Confederate force in Charleston, South Carolina, tried to hold off a powerful federal force from capturing the cradle of the rebellion. The Confederate general commanding that defense was the famous P.G.T. Beauregard, the hero of First Manassas and one of the South's best engineering officers and strategists. Dozens of miles of earthworks surrounded the northern and southern approaches into the Confederate city, but the greatest of efforts was directed along the southern approaches. Commanding one of those passages into the harbor was Fort Wagner, and it was deemed necessary to take this fort by direct assault. The officer assigned to lead the attack was Brigadier General George Strong, who would get his white regiments ready for this dubious offering, but would be joined by another, new to this theater of warfare, the 54th Massachusetts Infantry. This regiment, raised in Massachusetts by Governor John Andrew with the consultation of Frederick Douglass and other abolitionists, was the first Northern black regiment sent to the war. It was comprised of highly recruited individuals from several northern states and was attended as a model regiment to demonstrate before the people of the country, Lincoln's administration, and the world. Its colonel was a wealthy young man by the name of Robert Gould Shaw, whose abolitionist parents were his inspiration. This was a regiment further comprised of highly skilled and highly educated colored men, which included even Frederick Douglass's son, Lewis, who was appointed by Shaw as a sergeant major of the regiment, and he would be another key participant in the attack. The attack was ordered for July 18, 1863. The 54th, approximately 600 men, were split into halves, or a column of wings of the regiment. Shaw commanding in front, and Lieutenant Colonel Edward Hallowell commanding the rear wing. The left flank was nearly touching the marsh on the left, and the right nearly in the wake of the ocean. The attack rolled forward, and within a few hundred yards of the fort, the Confederate small arms and artillery combined to make the narrow land passage toward the fort a very difficult place to pass alive, let alone in a military formation. The 54th did not waver, and as the men were in the moat, Colonel Shaw, near his colors, launched up and upon the parapet, where he was heard to call out, "Come on, 54th!" and fell immediately after. But his men were infused with his spirit and hurled themselves at the Confederate defenders. Bayonets and clubbed muskets were the weapons of choice in the sand parapets. The 54th, unsupported, could take but not hold the parapet. The brave black regiment begrudgingly gave way back out of the fort and held the dunes through darkness. The 54th's national colors were saved from capture by Sergeant William Carney, who, despite being wounded in his leg, arm, chest, and face, crawled several hundred yards to safety, telling his comrades that the old flag never touched the ground and would eventually win the Medal of Honor. As far as the remainder of the regiment, they did in fact do the job that they were asked to do. But the cost was staggering, for the regiment lost 272 men killed, wounded, and missing, including Sergeant Major Douglass. Approximately 30 men were killed outright, and almost double that number would die of their wounds. The other regiment sustained significant casualties, and Fort Wagner was never taken. Months later, it was abandoned. Charleston would hold out until 1865. The summer of 1863 was indeed an active period of campaigning on all fronts. In the middle of the country, federal forces attempted to drive a wedge into the Confederacy through central Tennessee. This would first be realized in the little-known Tullahoma campaign. The federal commander of the Army of the Cumberland, General William Rosecrans, looked to confront the Confederate Army of Tennessee under General Braxton Bragg and engage in a locked campaign to prevent more troops from the theater from going to help fight against Grant in Mississippi. It was, in fact, a brilliant campaign in which the Army of the Cumberland outflanked and pushed off Bragg's men from very strong defensive positions. It was a campaign that started an ongoing series of engagements in which this theme of Confederates who were strongly entrenched would be outmaneuvered by a federal army. During the late summer, Bragg was reinforced by the Army of Northern Virginia. In a harrowing series of train rides, General James Longstreet, with 2 divisions of his vaunted 1st Corps of Lee's army, was sent to assist Bragg and other operations in eastern Tennessee and northern Georgia. This was a rare instance of the Eastern and Western armies shifting troops effectively, but it did give Bragg a slight numerical superiority and also a set of proven field commanders in Generals Hood and McLaws, who led those 2 divisions with Longstreet. The famed Texas Brigade was a part of that command, and one of those soldiers, J.B. Polly of the 4th Texas Infantry, would describe that ride in his memoirs. He wrote,
At what date the Texas Brigade took the train at Richmond cannot be stated. It started and made the journey down to Georgia in unseated flats and boxcars. I slept on the floors and tops of these as best I could and subsisted on hardtack and uncooked bacon. Safe at Wilmington, North Carolina, where it stayed a day and a night and made its only change of train, it had no relief between Richmond and Atlanta for the constant joltings and springless freight cars running over roadbeds, made it rough by consistent usage, and seldom ever been repaired.
The Great Battle of Chickamauga was opened on the morning of the 19th with a series of skirmishes around Reed's Bridge, where it fell under the Federal Tactical Command of the 14th Corps, commanded by General George Thomas. This officer, a Virginian, was a loyal Unionist and a solid officer.
At length the enemy closed in upon us as if like a flame or a rushing tide they would lap us up. They were on our right, front and rear, and we had to cut our way out the best we could. My losses were dreadful to contemplate, 750 men. Reinforcements came too late for my brave boys. They too were struck as a whirlwind and hurled into disorder.
There were 2 days of epic, large-scale fighting, with the Confederates pushing the Federals hard, and Rosecrans' boys buckled after a proud effort. Near the end of the fighting, General Rosecrans rode from the battle and into Chattanooga. He wanted to organize the troops who would be pouring into the town from the Chickamauga battlefield. He wanted Thomas to hold his ground, protect the road northward, and cover a retreat. Not only did Thomas perform this task, but his defense inflicted thousands of casualties into the late evening of the 20th. This performance would endure with a nickname for George Thomas, forever known as the Rock of Chickamauga. After darkness, the fighting died off, and within a few hours, Thomas had his plan for retreating put into effect. The Federals still would hold Chattanooga and would eventually draw on another fight outside the defenses of the city. This tactical victory was the greatest bloodshed in the Western theater, with over 34,000 combined casualties. The war was getting bloodier as both armies were getting better at killing on these battlefields. Following the Army of the Cumberland's retreat into Chattanooga, Bragg slowly followed up this victory, but would eventually besiege his enemy around Chickamauga. The Army of Tennessee would hold the high ground near Missionary Ridge and Lookout Mountain, and both sides were fortified. Throughout October and into November, both sides skirmished and stared at one another across the picket lines. With Generals Sherman, Hooker, and Burnside dispatched to assist the Union effort in Chattanooga, various fighting took place along the line. But after the beginning of November, as Federal movements would begin to increase, General Bragg sent off Longstreet's divisions to drive Burnside from Knoxville, and had also sent off his cavalry commands. Longstreet's loss was a key loss, and if the Federals attacked, those men would be sorely missed. Grant would see to it that he would not wait all that long and prepared to hit Bragg's men. One soldier on that hill, Lieutenant Joseph Calloway, discussed his sentiments on this situation in a letter home to his wife. He wrote,
"My dear darling wife, I have not received any letter from you since the last time I wrote you, and I merely write you to merely kill time, which is the greatest burden I have. I am almost dead to see you and be with you. My patience is worn entirely out by this war. I am perfectly miserable, but God knows if I could see any prospect for peace, even a year hence, I could manage to bear it. The sun is up just above the top of Missionary Ridge, shedding golden light all over the valley, which is variegated with 10,000 autumn tents, and the Yankees' tents are so thick that their camps look like a vast cotton field in the distance."
By the third week in November, Grant put his war machines in motion after a comprehensive planning system that involved Sherman making a flanking movement to the north. Things moved quickly. On November 23rd, Federal soldiers under General Thomas Wood advanced on Confederate positions at Orchard Knob, and then on November 24th, captured Lookout Mountain. it seemed as if the moment was right to test Bragg. On November 25th, both Sherman and Hooker met obstinate resistance and gained little ground. By the afternoon, Grant wanted to push up the middle, and that fell upon the Army of the Cumberland. As if on impulse, Thomas's men rolled onward like a wave, seemingly with a desire to lock with the Army of Tennessee. Men scrambled up the hillsides in broken order, following flags and shooting as they went. The volleys of Confederates followed by the rebel yell was heard distinctly, and then followed by the deeper roar of the Yankee huzzah. Thomas's men overran the advance pits, and soon there was a confused mass of firing and hand-to-hand fights, with some prisoners being sent down the slopes. Federal flags were seen crowning the eminence, including one 19-year-old Arthur MacArthur of the 24th Wisconsin Infantry, who clambered up the slope, making himself conspicuous to the enemy, yelling, "On Wisconsin!" For this, he would be promoted, awarded the Medal of Honor, and significantly inspire his son to pursue a military career of his own fame. The troops of the Army of the Cumberland splintered the lines of the Army of Tennessee. Bragg could not hold his lines and ordered a retreat. For the major armies in the East and West, the year of 1863 ended in a similar way, with the Federals on the hunt for a chance to crush a wounded and weakened Confederate army. The Army of the Potomac under General George Meade made its camps between Brandy Station and Warrenton, Virginia, and was in fine spirits. As for the Army of Northern Virginia, they were weakened, but still dangerous. There was an overall symptom of depression that oozed from the units in Lee's command, and religious revivals popped up from camp to camp, where men would look to God for assistance and guidance in the hardships of continuing to be motivated in fighting. Lee himself felt like he could hold the Federals off in every turn, but wanted more opportunities for the offensive. Grant was promoted to commanding officer of all Federal armies and chose to keep his headquarters in Virginia, where he would see to the plans for 3 armies operating there come the end of the winter. Sherman was promoted to command all those forces that had been consolidated at Chattanooga and participated with the Army at Missionary Ridge. He would plan for an advance towards Atlanta in conjunction with other Federal armies driving through and into the Confederacy at other locations. Grant's larger plan was to put all the troops of the Union in motion at once, 500,000 men in the field, with a mission to wear the Confederate armies down. In the West, Bragg was replaced and General Joe Johnston was put in command, and he would be the one that would be assigned to confront the aggressive Sherman as he began to make movements southward once the roads dried out and allowed for an army to move. The Army of the Potomac would retain Meade, but Grant had a new and more specific mission for the Army, and that was to hound, engage, and fight Lee to the death. To assist this operation in Virginia, 2 other armies were put into the fight simultaneously to Meade's operation along the Rapidan. Franz Sigel would command a small army in the Shenandoah Valley and was ordered to destroy any force there, to place upon Lee's rear, if possible, and curtail supplies for Lee's army. In addition to this was a larger force under General Benjamin Butler that would be placed below Richmond and look towards an assault on Richmond, as well as perform the vital task of disrupting the communications between North Carolina and Virginia. To many in Lee's army, the religious revivals, the warmth of spring, and the return of so many wounded men may have sprung them into some semblance of order, but only the fight would tell the truth of that. Colonel E.P. Alexander and his artillery battalion would be in the heart of this new fight. Alexander wrote of this attitude about Grant and the 1864 campaign.
We all knew of the tremendous preparations of the enemy and enormous odds we would have to face under their new general who had beaten all of our people in the West. We knew that rivers of blood must be poured out in this struggle, but we were only anxious for it to begin. We wanted to see Grant introduced to the Army of Northern Virginia and to let him have a smell of our powder, for we knew that we simply could not be driven off a battlefield and that whatever force Grant brought, with luck, we would have to accommodate itself to that fact.
General Lee was curious about what action Grant would take into this 1864 campaign, and from atop a lookout station at Clark's Mountain, he was surveying the options. If Grant moved southward from his camps, he would expose his rear to harassment by Stuart, Mosby, and various infantry movements, not to mention uncovering routes into Washington. Lee correctly judged that Grant would have the Army of the Potomac push through the wilderness near the old Chancellorsville battlefield, and when through, attempt to secure some open land and force Lee into a pitched battle where numbers and artillery could make a difference. Lee would want to hit Grant amongst the trees in the wilderness, where his lesser numbers and infantry's reputation for close-in action would come into play. The Army of Northern Virginia was in an interesting situation that first week in May 1864, and the armies always knew when a campaign was going to begin. General Robert McAllister of New Jersey wrote a brief note to his wife Ellen and their children.
It is now quite late, and we are all ready to move tonight at midnight. In 4 hours we will be on the move, and no doubt engage the enemy soon. I think it is a general move. You will hear of battles perhaps before this reaches you. God grant that we may be successful. I hope and pray that God will give me mind and judgment to manage the brigade and enable me to do my whole duty to my country.
On May 5th, the pickets and skirmishers of both sides knocked into one another along the Orange-Fredericksburg Turnpike. These forces, the leading elements of Warren's 5th Corps and portions of other commands, probed up the road and would find that their path was blocked. The 2nd Corps, under Ewell, was closest to Grant's push southward, still holding some of its defenses until Warren was discovered turning his flank from the Rapidan River, crossing at Germanna Ford. Ewell then moved his men by the right flank into the path of Warren's veteran 5th Corps. One soldier, Sergeant John Worsham of the 21st Virginia Infantry, was in the front lines of this confrontation. He wrote of this initial fight.
All knew that Grant had crossed the Rapidan, and soon the tumult of battle would begin. The march continued, and command, "Close up," soon the order. "Halt, load your guns," and then shoulder, arms, march. Soon the battle line was formed. We broke the enemy's line in front and made no halt in our advance. On we went, shooting as fast as we could load. Suddenly I was confronted by a gun resting on a big stump, and behind the stump we saw a Yank. We hallooed to him to lay down his gun. Several of us took aim at him. He started to rise, but before he could do so, a little crack of the gun and the Yank fell dead. We advanced to a dense pine thicket and halted, every man falling flat on the ground at once for protection.
The men could not see very much of the enemy, and the fighting got close. And because of this, melees erupted everywhere. Volleys were shot in the direction of the enemy musket flashes, and there was generally much confusion. One soldier of the Vermont Brigade, Sergeant Nelson Cole, wrote of this clash.
We went by flank into line on the double quick, but did not get into line before they fired a volley into us. There was not over 150 yards away. This volley thinned our ranks in a fearful manner. Captain Wales, my captain, was seriously wounded. He was shot through the lung. About that time we had orders to fall back, and the enemy opened another volley, but we got him out all right. A shot went through my blouse pocket and tore a bunch of cartridges to pieces, and another went through my pants leg, but they did not draw blood. We cut a slash and built breastworks and lay behind them until the next day the pickets were driven in. The Rebs advanced in 3 lines. When the first line got through the slack, we gave them another which stopped them. The dead and dying were in every shape. We then charged and brought in a lot of prisoners. They fell back and we formed a new line of pickets.
The loss in the Vermont Brigade was staggering, but they bought the Army time, and eventually the 2nd Corps came up and held the line. The 2nd Corps and Hill's Confederate 3rd Corps would then begin a fight that was a tangled mess. Getty's 6th Corps Division and then elements of Hancock's men attacked Hill's lines. The Confederate Division of Henry Heath and then troops under Brigadier General Cadmus Wilcox did some superb fighting through the darkness, holding their ground, a tenuous hold. On the morning of May 6th, the fighting along both lines would become general as all the troops arrived in the field. With the Federal 5th Corps holding the right flank, supported by elements of the 6th, Burnside's 9th engaged in the center, playing on A.P. Hill's flank and rear, and Hancock's stalwarts held the left against Hill. Lee seemed to be tearfully jubilant, and as he rode amongst the famed Texas Brigade, he intended on going forward into the attack with them. The soldiers started calling out to him, "Lee to the rear! Lee to the rear!" Lee, seeing that he was slowing their advance, complied with their demands, and the Texans, along with other veteran troops of Longstreet's Corps, plunged into Hancock's 2nd Corps. One of the last actions on May 6th was Brigadier General John Gordon's attack on the right flank of the Federal Army, which pounced on some elements of the 6th Corps there, rolling them up and capturing 2 Union generals. This almost caused a panic amongst the men at Grant's headquarters. Grant told them to stop worrying about what Lee would do and keep focused on what they would do to fight him. It was a telling moment, as Grant was not Hooker and was in no way intimidated by Lee, as the rest of the campaign would show. Perhaps Grant would be outgeneraled on a few occasions, but he was never scared of Lee. By the morning of the 8th, the Army of the Potomac was put in motion. Meade and Grant were surely frustrated by the jumbled mass of confusion in the forests. Lee had bested Grant on the first meeting, the Army of the Potomac sustaining over 17,000 casualties, and the Army of Northern Virginia lost somewhere between 8,000 and 11,000 men. The race would soon begin for the rolling hill country toward Spotsylvania Court House. Due to some great engineering and cavalry usage, Lee's men won the race and would force Grant to attack at the Battle of Spotsylvania. It was known and promoted that Grant made a declaration that the press loved. U.S. Grant stated that he intended on fighting it out on this line if it takes all summer in this upcoming battle. Grant was absolutely locking horns with Lee, and he would in fact not let up the pressure. Nowhere would that fighting be more brutal and ghastly than at Spotsylvania. Lee's veterans had fought a major engagement, held back the big Army of the Potomac, and within days, they were finding themselves beginning another slaughter. This fight would begin on May 8th, when troops under General Richard Anderson, Longstreet's replacement, relieved the hard-pressed cavalry from a blocking position. They threw up their works and took on troops of Warren's 5th Corps and Sedgwick's 6th Corps at Laurel Hill, with the Spindle Farm between the lines, bearing mute testimony to the carnage that renewed itself soon after the Wilderness. Wave after wave of Union infantry hurled themselves against Anderson and were cut down to the point that officers and men had to consider mutiny if asked to try it another time. It was at this location that the beloved Uncle John Sedgwick, commander of the 6th Corps, was hit by a Confederate sharpshooter early on the 9th. His men had little time to mourn his loss, and they were soon up against more Confederate defenses. Before more action could be thrown against the troops of Anderson, Ewell came around and occupied Anderson's right flank, continuing the line and immediately digging in. This line would be continued on the 9th, and both sides brought up the remainder of their armies. Lee was allowing his army to dig in and take on the assaults of the Army of the Potomac, and Meade and Grant had him stationary, as they had wanted when the campaign began. But Lee's men were getting efficient at erecting fortifications overnight, and by the 10th were solidly in line around the McCool and Harrison houses. Among the 6th Corps was a veteran officer, Colonel Emory Upton, a regular Army officer who had commanded the 121st New York Infantry and a brigade. His plan was a deep formation of several lines that could sweep over the works of the Confederates and turn up and down the lines, opening a breach for others to exploit. Grant liked the idea and allowed 12 picked regiments to be a part of it. The command went in 3 regiments across and 4 regiments deep. It was an impressive formation. One New Yorker, Corporal Clinton Beckwith of Upton's regiment, wrote of the attack.
We were ordered to fix bayonets, to load and cap our guns, and to charge at right shoulder shift arms. No man was to stop and succor or assist a wounded comrade. We must go as far as possible, and when we broke their line, face to our right, advance and fire lengthwise of their line. Colonel Upton was with our regiment and rode on our right. He instructed us not to fire a shot, cheer, or yell until we struck their works. It was nearly sundown when we were ready to go forward. The officers were shouting forward and breaking into a run immediately after we got into the field a short distance. As soon as we began to run, the men, unmindful of or forgetting orders, commenced to yell. And in a few steps farther, the rifle pits were dotted with puffs of smoke. And the men began to fall rapidly, and some began to fire at the works, thus losing the chance they had to do something when they reached the works to protect themselves. We were broken up, some getting through the slashing and abattis. By this time, the rebels were beginning to fire a second time, and rapid but scattering fire along the works, which were reached in another instant. One of our officers in front of us jumped on the top log and shouted, "Come on, men!"
Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on!
And pitched forward and disappeared. Shot. As I got up on top, some Rebs jumped up from their side and began to run back. Some were lunging at our men with their bayonets, and a few had their guns clubbed. Jim Johnston, Oakes, and Hassett were wounded by bayonets.
Upton's assault broke the Confederate lines for about a quarter of a mile. The attack was staggered by severe counterattacks, but not before Upton pulled off with several hundred prisoners. For his efforts, Grant promoted Upton to brigadier general. The attack was successful in demonstrating that an attack in depth could not be stopped, as it had too much momentum. And the Federal Army would become the masters of this tactic, with their clear advantage in numbers. This organized style of Upton's was respected by Grant, who devoted to further attack this mule shoe with even more men. Through May 11th, Grant and Meade prepared for an attack on the center of the mule shoe line. Hancock's men were ready and assembled, with elements of the 5th, 6th, and 9th Corps to assist on left and right flanks of Hancock's supposed breach of the lines. The attack was planned for the pre-dawn hour of May 12th, and approximately 15,000 men were led through the misty, damp morning towards the Confederate salient. Within a few hundred yards, the Confederate skirmishers fired, and then the mighty roar of all those Federal soldiers provided a constant cheer of hurrah, hurrah. Up and over the works they went. Thousands of Confederates were captured, generals and all. It happened in the space of minutes. Brigade after brigade of Confederate troops were thrown into the breach. General Lee, near the McCool House behind the breakthrough, was attempting to lead one of these counterattacks, and again had to be discouraged by calls of "Lee to the rear." The Confederate troops drove much of the Federal columns back to the works. No troops fought harder or accomplished more to keep the Yankees at bay than McGowan's South Carolina Brigade and Harris's Mississippi Brigade. One Mississippi soldier, David Holt of the 16th Mississippi Infantry, wrote of the carnage at the Mule Shoe as the fighting entered its several-hour mark. And the ongoing rain just added misery to the efforts of the soldiers.
The breastwork was in a bog, and to make a charge in such a place against a line of fierce men close up who would have no idea of giving way was more than these gallant Yankees could do. Many of them were shot dead and sank down on the breastworks without pulling their feet out of the mud. Many others plunged forward when they were shot and fell headlong into the trench among us. Between the charges, we cleared the trench of the dead and wounded and loaded all the guns we could get a hold of for the next charge. I was shooting 7 guns myself. We stacked them up against the breastworks with the butts in the trench. When the Yanks came, we picked them up one by one, fired them, and set them down again. The blood shed by the dead and wounded in the trench mixed with the mud and the water. It became more than shoe deep. Soon it was smeared all over our clothes.
The attacks ran out of steam, and once again Lee had held his positions, though he lost many good officers and men, especially the approximately 3,000 men who were captured there. It was carnage as never seen by even the most rugged veteran on either side, with men from both sides rescuing wounded from either army. They were drowning in the water and the blood-filled ditches. It was ghastly, but all the way into the night of the 12th, the shooting continued. By 4 a.m. on the morning of the 13th, the Mule Shoe salient was evacuated, and Confederates wearily pulled back to a new fortified position on the high ground beyond the Harrison farm. It was almost 24 hours of continuous fighting on one line, not soon forgotten by those veterans who were there. The Army of the Potomac was stopped in their attempt to place a crushing blow against the Army of Northern Virginia. This situation was one that would normally have the Army of the Potomac retreat, encamp, and figure out a new strategy, perhaps even changing the command of the army. But Grant was different, as he would continue to attempt to get between Lee and Richmond and force Lee's army to attack. The men in blue saw that Grant continued on, and despite the losses, they were elated that they would continue the fighting. The Battle of Spotsylvania resulted in approximately 18,000 Federal casualties and 12,000 Confederate casualties. The sum losses for Grant so far in his campaign were over 35,000 men, or approximately 1/3 of his army. But he could and would replace those men, whereas Lee could not. Grant was in fact winning the war in this methodology, though tactically losing to Lee in these fortified battles. While fighting raged around the Mule Shoe at Spotsylvania, General Sheridan, who was brought east with Grant to command the Army of the Potomac's Cavalry Corps, wanted to launch a raid against Richmond and force a confrontation with Stuart. On May 11th, Stuart blocked Sheridan's troopers near the old and abandoned Yellow Tavern in the distant northern suburbs of Richmond. It was a classic fight of charge and countercharge, but Stuart's 4,500 men were outnumbered by the nearly 10,000 Federal cavalry. In addition to being outnumbered, Stuart's men had to begin facing the Federal cavalry, who had been equipped with Spencer repeating carbines. In the end, the bold Confederate Cavalier was shot down and his brigades defeated. Lee would not only be without his trusted subordinate, but Sheridan and his subordinates would hereafter outclass anything the Confederacy could throw up against the Army of the Potomac's cavalry. A more conventional campaign was at the same time being enacted in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. The Great Valley of the Commonwealth was a definite breadbasket for the Army of Northern Virginia. It was filled with great farms of tall grains and thriving swine and cattle. It had been defended and protected in 1862 by the legendary Stonewall Jackson. The Federal Army was content with small raids from its base at Winchester, and that post was obliterated by Ewell's men in the first stages of the Gettysburg campaign. In the spring of 1864, Grant assigned General Franz Sigel to command a small army to damage Confederate efforts in the valley and possibly divert troops from Lee. The fiery John C. Breckinridge, the once Vice President of the United States, was placed in command of a hodgepodge army of 4,000 to 5,000 men that included a battalion of VMI cadets. Breckinridge, an inspiring figure and a veteran of many fights in the Western theater, was an aggressive officer, and though outnumbered by more than double, he went after Sigel. Skirmishing occurred between the two sides, but the main action would occur just outside Newmarket, just west of the Valley Turnpike on May 15th. The fighting took place during a rain and thunderstorm, which gave a surreal canopy to the landscape and the imagery of war. The infantry and artillery fighting was a back-and-forth affair, with the Confederate forces not being able to make a gain on Sigel's position. A gap opened on the line, and it seemed as if the Confederates were getting the worst of the fighting. It was at this point that General Breckinridge had to turn to his reserve, the 257 VMI cadets, commanded by 24-year-old Colonel Scott Shipp. The battalion took an advance on Captain Henry A. DuPont's United States Artillery Battery across the field. Shipp was struck by the concussion of an artillery shell and awoke in time to see his battalion swarming across the Federal guns and driving back the 34th Massachusetts Infantry. From this impetus, Sigel decided to retreat from the field. The Battle of Newmarket was fairly won by Breckinridge's small command, but much honor should be afforded to the boys of the Academy, who lost 10 of their number killed and 48 more wounded. The victory cleared the valley of a Federal presence for several weeks and allowed Lee not to worry about his left flank. Also in Virginia at this time, of both Meade's and Sigel's commands, was that of General Benjamin Butler's newly dubbed Army of the James, consisting of approximately 30,000 men. Butler's men would face many of the same troops that they had faced in Charleston and in the Carolina theater of operations, ultimately facing off against General Beauregard. The lesser-known battles of Port Walthall, Swift Creek, Chester Station, Ware Bottom Church, and Drury's Bluff were quite severe fights, with Butler's men consistently being repulsed at most instances. As this overland campaign moved into June and got closer to Richmond, the stakes would be much higher for Lee, then operating in the shadow of the capital itself. It was as if 1862 was replaying all over again, until Cold Harbor. The Battle of Cold Harbor was the perfection of modern trench warfare on two levels. The first of which was Lee's veterans and engineers knowing how to lay out lines of concentrated and overlapping fire. The second was the speed in which the Army of Northern Virginia could entrench. The battles at the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, and the North Anna were a university to this learning. Grant attacked headlong into Lee's men and achieved nothing but the loss of thousands of his men. It seemed as if the campaign was a deadly repetition of the same cycle for the Army of the Potomac: attack and die. It quickly became obvious that Richmond would not be taken in this manner, as Lee's force was too strong. So Grant, convinced that he would move by the left flank with impunity, did so again, using Butler's force at Bermuda Hundred as a covering force. Grant, though seriously defeated at Cold Harbor, refused to pull out and lived by his pledge about fighting it out if it would take all summer. Lee's army stretched, but never broke, and by the late winter of 1864, his army was defending a front of almost 40 miles. The commander of the Army of Northern Virginia knew Grant's policy was working. For Lee and his army, it was just a matter of time. One of the most striking and saddest parts of Grant's strategy in early 1864 was the stopping of the prisoner exchange. Federal soldiers would remain in disgusting Southern prison pens for years rather than for months. The most notorious of these places was Camp Sumter, Georgia, otherwise known as Andersonville. Approximately 45,000 men would be sent through the sprawling compound in southern Georgia, and more than 12,000 would die there. The camp was not intended for that many men, but due to the stopping of the prisoner exchange and several Confederate victories resulting in large amounts of Federal prisoners, the compound grew to over 26 acres. Though that plot of land seems big, it was choked with the pathetic forms of what were once strapping Northern youth, the embodiment of American bravery. There were many reasons for the ill treatment of Union prisoners there, ultimately coming back upon the responsibility of the camp commandant, Captain Henry Wirtz, who would wind up being hung for war crimes. Andersonville was not the only prison that systematically destroyed life, as prisoner of war camps on both sides had very similar issues, usually falling upon the commander of the post. It could be said that there were shortages in the South and food was scarce, as were medical and clothing supplies, but that could not be said about the northern camps. The most noted of these camps, in Elmira, New York, was what a Confederate prisoner of 1864 called Hellmira. The camp contained approximately 12,000 prisoners, and almost 3,000 of them died from exposure, poor sanitation, or lack of medical supplies. The commander of the post was often noted as being proud of his contribution to the war by his inmates dying under his care or lack thereof. Other prisoner of war camps, Point Lookout, Fort Delaware, Camp Douglas, etc., all had hordes of Confederates die from one cause or another. It was a long-standing shame, but in the end, no Northern officers were brought to trial for negligence.
Washington, D.C., August 18th, 1864. Soldiers, you are about to return to your homes and your friends after having, as I learned, performed in camp a comparatively short term of duty in this great contest. I am greatly obliged to you and to all who have come forward at the call of their country. I wish it might be more generally and universally understood what the country is now engaged in. We have, as all will agree, a free government, where every man has a right to be equal with every other man. In this great struggle, this form of government and every form of human right is endangered if our enemies succeed. There is more involved in this contest than is realized by everyone. There is involved in this struggle the question whether your children and my children shall enjoy the privileges we have enjoyed. I say this in order to impress upon you, if you are not already so impressed, that no small matter should divert us from our great purpose. There may be mistakes made sometimes. Things may be done wrong while the officers of the government do all they can to prevent mistakes. But I beg of you, as citizens of this great republic, not to let your minds be carried off from the great work we have before us. This struggle is too large for you to be diverted from it by any small matter. When you return to your homes, rise up to the height of a generation of men worthy of a free government, and we will carry out the great work we have commenced. I return to you my sincere thanks, soldiers, for the honor you have done me this afternoon.
The armies were now all ready to move for the accomplishment of a single object. They were acting as a unit, so far as such a thing was possible over such a vast field. Lee, with the capital of the Confederacy, was the main end to which all were working. Johnston, with Atlanta, was an important obstacle in the way of our accomplishing the result aimed at, and was therefore almost an independent objective. It was of less importance only because the capture of Johnson and his army would not produce so immediate and decisive a result in closing the rebellion as would the possession of Richmond, Lee, and his army. All other troops were employed exclusively in the support of these two movements.
In the first years of the Civil War, both sides engaged in a limited war, with armies focused primarily on fighting each other. Though there had been exceptions, neither side had made a practice of destroying property belonging to non-combatants. But by 1864, General Ulysses S. Grant, along with his General William Tecumseh Sherman, and President Abraham Lincoln, had come to realize that this strategy was simply prolonging the war. To defeat the Confederacy, they must also target the Southern economy, private farms, factories, and the cities of the South. Total war. So in the late spring of 1864, Grant and the Army of the Potomac lay siege to Petersburg, Virginia. Over the next 10 months, the armies there constructed a series of forts and trenches, the likes of which would not be seen again until World War I. Grant's goal was both the actual assault on Petersburg and then on to Richmond, and to capture or destroy General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. At the same time, Grant sent General William Tecumseh Sherman to strike out towards Atlanta and towards General Joseph E. Johnston's Army of Tennessee. He wrote to Sherman,
"You, I propose to move against Johnston's army, to break it up and to get into the interior of the enemy's country as far as you can, inflicting all the damage you can against their war resources."
The capture of either major Confederate city, or the destruction or surrender of either great Confederate army, would be a major turning point in the war. As Grant said, all other actions would be in support of those two major drives. One of those supporting actions was the Valley Campaign, led by Major General David Hunter. To deal with Hunter's advance into the Valley, Robert E. Lee sent General Jubal Early. Early was to drive Hunter out of the Shenandoah Valley and then to move north in the Confederacy's third and final invasion into Union territory. Lee hoped Early could threaten Washington, D.C., forcing Grant to send troops to support the capital. This would weaken Grant's force in Petersburg and give Lee some breathing room. Early was campaigning under the shadow of the late Stonewall Jackson, whose own Valley Campaign in 1862 was already legend. In June, Early defeated Hunter at the Battle of Lynchburg. Hunter's force, now low on supplies, was forced to withdraw to the west. Early pushed through the valley, crossed the Potomac River, into Maryland. Grant sent 2 brigades of the 6th Corps north, under Brigadier General James Ricketts, to help put the capital into that state of preparation. Wallace's 6,000 men needed to delay Early's 14,000 long enough for those reinforcements to arrive. To achieve that delay, they would guard the bridges and fords crossing the Monocacy River. Most of Wallace's soldiers were 100 Days men, who had just enlisted for 100 days for the specific purpose of repelling this invasion. They had not yet been in combat, and they faced veteran troops. But at the last minute, the first contingent of Ricketts brigades from the 6th Corps reached Baltimore. These veteran units jumped on trains and rushed to join Wallace at the Monocacy. Lieutenant George Davis and 75 of his men from the 10th Vermont Regiment of the 6th Corps were placed with a portion of a Maryland regiment commanded by a Captain Charles Brown. Brown and his 200 men were inexperienced, having just recently entered service. Davis later described his experiences on July 9, 1864.
Our orders were to hold the 2 bridges across the river at all hazard and prevent the enemy from crossing. Other Union forces were on the south bank of the river. We were the only Union troops on the north side, confronted with General Ramseur's division of Confederate troops. When the enemy advanced about 3:30 a.m. along the pike from Frederick City, Captain Brown allowed them to come within 15 or 20 rods of our position, thinking they were Union troops because dressed in blue clothing which they had recently captured at Martinsburg. I stoutly protested, telling him our friends were behind us. He was convinced when one of his men was killed and several wounded. Then he turned to me in disgust and insisted upon my taking command. I assumed command instantly, brought up my 10th Vermonters to this point, and after a severe fight of about 1 hour, the enemy retired. The third and last attack began about 3:30 p.m. The situation was critical. The enemy came upon us with such overwhelming numbers and desperation that it seemed we should be swept into the river. Nevertheless, we fought for over an hour and kept back a much larger force than ours.
Lieutenant Davis received the Medal of Honor for his defense of the two bridges against repeated assaults of superior numbers, which materially delayed Early's advance on Washington. Early had won the battle, but it cost him a day's march. A delay so crucial that the Battle of Monocacy is called the battle that saved Washington. Early's force reached the outskirts of the capital near Silver Spring, Maryland, around noon on July 11th. He sent out his skirmishers to feel out the fortifications. Those fortifications were strong, but on the 11th, they were undermanned, held by home guards, clerks, and wounded soldiers who were in the capital convalescing. Despite the insufficient lines and the threatening Confederate Army, Fort Stevens received a notable visitor that day. President Abraham Lincoln and his wife, Mary Todd Lincoln, visited the wounded in the fort's hospital. Jubal Early determined that his men were too weary from their recent battle and march. Add on to that the sweltering heat of that July day and the trenches they faced, and Early decided to wait a day before attacking. That night, the additional reinforcements sent by Grant arrived and added their considerable strength to the city's fortifications. The next day, Early saw that his chance at capturing Washington was gone, though he had been successful in drawing some of Grant's troops away from Petersburg and Richmond. Union and Confederate troops skirmished during the day as Early prepared to leave. Though the actual battle was small, it almost cost the Union dearly. President Lincoln, still at the fort to observe the attack, came under fire from sharpshooters. A surgeon near Lincoln was shot by a marksman. The president himself was ordered to take cover, reportedly with a brusque, "Get down, you fool!" The Union commanders sent a few veteran brigades out of the fort to push the Confederates back beyond the fortifications. That night, under cover of darkness, Early slipped away. In March 1864, General Sherman had been made commander of Military Division of the Mississippi, more commonly called the Army of the West, because it controlled all Union military operations in the Western Theater. He replaced Grant when Grant was promoted to command all of the Union armies. Grant trusted Sherman, and the two worked well together. Sherman and Grant worked out an ambitious, aggressive plan to bring the war to an end. Grant would focus on General Robert E. Lee's army, centered around Richmond, Virginia. For Grant to succeed, Sherman would need to keep the Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston's army tied up, unable to reinforce Lee. Sherman's plan to achieve that was breathtaking in its simplicity and its promise of destruction. He would march his armies across Georgia and eventually to the Atlantic Ocean, laying waste to all Confederate assets along the way, including the city of Atlanta, the heart of the South. The clock was ticking. In August of 1864, the former Union commander, George McClellan, who had been fired by Lincoln, was nominated as the Democratic Party's candidate for president. His platform called for peace negotiations based on the recognition of the Confederacy's independence. It looked bad for Lincoln. The war had dragged on, there had been too many Union losses, and many in the North just wanted it over. Grant and Sherman needed to give Lincoln a clear and convincing victory to convince the people, the voters, that they would win the war if they held firm. War is politics, and politics is war. Lincoln had made clear that he would accept no peace with the Confederacy that did not both return them to the Union and require their acceptance of emancipation. Much was riding on Sherman's march on Atlanta. Sherman's forces sent out in late April of that year, moving south out of Tennessee into Georgia. They stuck with the Western and Atlantic Railroad as much as possible, their supply line back north. At places like Rocky Face Ridge and Resaca, Sherman would repeatedly flank the rebel army, sending a portion of his forces around the enemy's extreme left or right, getting behind them and forcing them to pull back to their next set of defenses. For 2 months, the march toward Atlanta was hard, but progress was steady. Then Sherman reached Kennesaw Mountain. Kennesaw Mountain and the smaller Little Kennesaw and other rocky hills is about 15 miles north of Atlanta. The battle began at 8 a.m. on June 27th. General McPherson's artillery opened up on Kennesaw, and the Confederates fired right back. 3 brigades of the 15th Corps attacked at Pigeon Hill, a small bump on Little Kennesaw Mountain. They faced Confederate General Loring's corps. The 3 Union brigades had about 5,500 men, attacking about 5,000 rebels. But the Confederates were deeply entrenched, and the Federals were climbing, cutting, and crawling through dense brush and steep, rocky slopes. One brigade managed to overrun the rebels' rifle pits, but were stopped there. Caught between Confederate General Walker's rifles on their south and rebel cannons based on Little Kennesaw, they were being cut to pieces and had to fall back. The other brigades had similar trouble, eventually hiding behind trees and rocks and taking shots at the Confederate works, which seemed all but invulnerable. Finally, General Logan himself rode up to survey the scene, saw his men were being butchered for no benefit, and ordered them to withdraw and entrench. General Thomas, charged with carrying the main attack, had to delay an hour to give his infantry time to arrange. His cannons opened up at 8 a.m., but it was another hour before his infantry could move forward. Unfortunately for the Union troops, the Confederate units holding the center were the 2 least likely to fold under pressure. Generals Patrick Cleburne and Benjamin Cheatham were blooded veteran commanders who had seen tough fighting in prior battles and emerged victorious. They were well entrenched and supported by cannons. Colonels McCook and Mitchell attacked the hill, but they were cut down. Cook himself took a fatal wound. His replacement ordered a retreat, but many of their men were either unable to retreat or unwilling to leave cover to flee. 2,000 Union troops surrendered, while others feigned death to escape in the night. At around 10 a.m., the hot shells and wadding started a fire in the woods, and wounded Union soldiers were trapped, facing a fiery death. Then, Confederate Lieutenant Colonel Will Martin made a makeshift white flag of truce and waved it, shouting to Union troops to "Come and get your wounded. They are burning to death. We won't fire till you get them away." And both sides ceased fighting long enough for Union and some Confederate soldiers to rescue wounded Union troops. Once done, fighting resumed. The only success of the day was General Schofield's. While carrying out his orders to demonstrate on his extreme right, he found a place where Sherman's army could move around the Confederates. Late that night, Sherman finally agreed that this was the best strategy. Once again, he flanked Johnston's army, and once again, Johnston felt forced to withdraw to a new line of defense. Johnston continued to fall back as Union forces continued to move forward, and Sherman gathered willing rebel prisoners, deserters, by the hundreds. Eventually, Jefferson Davis relieved Johnston of his command, replacing him with the more aggressive General John Hood. The Confederate force was unhappy with the change, not liking to see politicians pulling down a commander who had recognized the importance of keeping his army in the field and alive. Johnston's policy of strategic withdrawal had delayed Sherman's army at minimal cost to his own. Hood's strategy, while more aggressive, would be no more successful and considerably more hazardous to his troops. General Hood had lost the use of his left arm during the Battle of Gettysburg and lost his right leg in the Battle of Chickamauga. He had lost none of his fight, however. As Sherman's armies approached Atlanta, Hood ordered an assault on Thomas's forces at Peachtree Creek. He lost badly, taking around 5,000 casualties to 1,500 on the Union side. On that day, July 20th, the first artillery shells fell on Atlanta. Hood prepared another attack for July 22nd, this time against McPherson's Army of the Tennessee. That morning, Sherman heard reports of the Confederates abandoning Atlanta. But this wasn't a withdrawal. General Hardee, who was angry over being passed over for promotion when Hood was placed in command, made a wide swing around McPherson's flank so that he could attack from the south. But he mistimed his march, turning too early and hitting the 16th Corps head-on. The 16th held Hardee off, but not without a cost. General McPherson, riding almost alone, came upon a group of Confederate soldiers. They ordered him to surrender, but he just doffed his hat and galloped off. A Confederate sharpshooter shot him off his horse. He made it back to Union lines, but he was mortally wounded. In all, the Confederates took heavier losses, with almost 2,500 killed and 4,000 wounded, to the Union's 500 killed and just over 2,000 wounded. But the loss of McPherson was a personal blow to General Sherman. When the battle was ended, Sherman settled himself in for a siege of Atlanta. As part of the siege, Sherman needed to cut off all railroad lines into the city. Just as rail lines had served to keep him supplied on his march to Atlanta, they now provided supplies to the city, and more importantly, to Hood's army. Sherman tried several raids on the rail. The first two were unsuccessful, one resulting in the capture of Union Cavalry General George Stoneman. In mid-August, Sherman tried again, sending the Cavalry Brigadier General Hugh Kilpatrick to tear up the Confederate supply lines. After this, and the other failures of the cavalry to seriously disrupt the rail into Atlanta, Sherman decided that cavalry simply could not manage this mission. He planned now to send his infantry to do the job. On August 25th, Sherman had held Atlanta under siege for over a month. He ordered 6 of his 7 divisions, over 60,000 men, to begin moving toward the Macon and Western Railroad, the last of the supply lines into Atlanta. The Battle of Jonesboro smashed Hood's men once again to a terrible effect. After the battle, General Hood, who was still in Atlanta, feared that Sherman was about to attack the city. He suspected that the move on Jonesboro was a ruse designed to draw Confederate troops out of Atlanta. The Union forces attacked at about 4 p.m. The 14th Corps delivered the brunt of the attack, striking the Confederate line and capturing Brigadier General Daniel Govan and some 600 others. By nightfall, the Confederate line was pierced in multiple places, completely overrun. General Hardee sent a message to Hood that Jonesboro was lost and the railroad cut. He moved his corps down the railroad to Lovejoy Station, where he entrenched. That night, Hood ordered the evacuation of Atlanta. The next day, September 2nd, the city belonged to General William Tecumseh Sherman. Once taking the city, Sherman ordered the evacuation of all remaining citizens. He corresponded with Hood for help in arranging the details of their removal, so this withdrawal may be made with as little discomfort as possible. In late September, General Hood took his army away from Atlanta toward Chattanooga, Tennessee. Sherman sent General George Thomas with a part of his army to follow, harass, and ultimately destroy Hood's force. Meanwhile, The remainder of Sherman's army rested in what was left of the prized city. Sherman kept his army in Atlanta for almost 2.5 months while they rested and healed. Then he continued his march to the sea. He finally cut loose from the railroad, and his men were forced to live off the land. They cut a path 60 miles wide and 300 miles long, destroying everything of possible military value as they passed. Sherman wrote to Grant after they reached Savannah in mid-December.
We started with about 5,000 head of cattle and arrived with over 10,000. Of course, consuming mostly turkeys, chickens, sheep, hogs, and the cattle of the country. The custom was for each brigade to send out daily a foraging party of about 50 men on foot, who invariably returned mounted with several wagons loaded with poultry, potatoes, etc. And as the army is composed of about 40 brigades, you can estimate approximately the number of horses collected. Great numbers of these were shot by my order because of the disorganizing effect on our infantry of having too many idlers mounted. Although the result aimed at was attained, to deprive our enemy of them.
Not surprisingly, there were many complaints about the seizures of food, livestock, and other property by the invading Union Army, and the people of Georgia would never forget or forgive Sherman for the destruction wrought in the Union's name. One of those people was Mrs. Dolly Lunt Burge, a widow who had inherited about 100 slaves from her husband. Her plantation was about 30 miles east of Atlanta during Sherman's march to the sea. She wrote of the experience of Yankee soldiers seizing food, supplies, and slaves from her and her neighbors.
Like demons, they rush in to my smokehouse, my dairy, pantry, kitchen, and cellar. Like famished wolves, they come, breaking locks and whatever is in their way. The 1,000 pounds of meat in the smokehouse is gone in a twinkling. My flour, my meat, my lard, butter, eggs, pickles, wine, jars and jugs are all gone. My 18 fat turkeys, my hens, chickens, and fowls, my young pigs are shot down in my yard and hunted as if they were rebels themselves. Utterly powerless, I ran out and appealed to the guard. "I cannot help you, madam," he said. "It is orders." My dear old buggy horse, old Mary, my brood mare, my 2-year-old mule, and her last little baby colt. There they go. There go my mules, my sheep, and worse than all, my boys.
Sherman's army stripped everything it could find as it moved and continued its march to the sea. It finally reached the Atlantic Ocean at Savannah, Georgia, in December 1864. He then turned north, marching through South Carolina and North Carolina, adding pressure to Lee's army in Virginia. Trailing behind his army on the way to Savannah were thousands of free slaves. Sherman had been exasperated by these slaves, who had needed to remain near the army to stay free, but they were a drag on resources. His men traded food with the freed slaves in exchange for their work in camp, and at the same time, Sherman discouraged them from following his army. Sherman and some of his generals were accused of treating the freedmen poorly. Sherman later explained that certain hard decisions had to be made in war. Whatever the reason or excuse with regard to individual incidents, these accusations, combined with Sherman's own derisive comments about black soldiers in the Union Army, served to make Sherman look more like the plundering invader described by Georgians, like Dolly Burge, and less like the liberator of Georgia's slaves. But as Sherman himself would later say, war is hell. Sherman's record with regard to treatment of freed slaves and black soldiers shows that racist attitudes were not limited to the South, but it does not compare with the official policy of the Confederacy. On January 12, 1863, less than 2 weeks after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Confederate Congress gave its response. All white officers leading black troops would be deemed as inciting servile insurrection and sentenced to death. slaves captured in arms against the Confederacy would be turned over to the civil authorities of the state to be handled as slaves in rebellion. The Confederacy's policy did not change. Former slaves captured in war would be returned to their masters, where they would face horrific punishment. Their white officers faced execution. No black soldiers suspected of being fugitive slaves would be exchanged for other prisoners. Lincoln's administration was outraged at the Confederacy's refusal to include black troops in its prisoner exchanges. In response, Lincoln halted all prisoner exchanges. The population of the POW camps on both sides grew far beyond the government's capacities to manage them safely and humanely. But Lincoln's administration refused to, as General Butler put it, barter away the honor and faith of the government of the United States, which has so solemnly been pledged to the colored soldiers in its ranks. Many black soldiers, even after surrendering to Confederate troops, would neither suffer in rebel prisoner camps nor be re-enslaved. Instead, they faced summary execution on the field of battle. The most notorious such incident was at Fort Pillow, where, on April 12, 1864, rebel forces under the command of Major General Nathan Bedford Forrest killed dozens of black soldiers and their white officer after their surrender. An African-American cook at Fort Pillow described the scene.
They just called them out like dogs and shot them down. I reckon they shot about 50, white and black, right there. They nailed some black sergeants to the logs and set the logs on fire.
A Confederate soldier, Achilles Clark, offered a similar description in a letter to his sister.
The slaughter was awful. Words cannot describe the scene. The poor, deluded Negroes would run up to our men, fall down upon their knees, and with uplifted hands scream for mercy, but they were ordered to their feet and then shot down. I, with several others, tried to stop the butchery, and at one time had partially succeeded, but General Forrest ordered them shot down like dogs, and the carnage continued. Finally, our men became sick of blood, and the firing ceased.
The war's slaughter grew in the West and in the Eastern theater of the war. By June, Grant and his generals were in the Richmond-Petersburg area and were digging trenches. Throughout June and July 1864, the Union and Confederate armies battled each other in the trenches around Petersburg. Grant didn't want a siege after his experience at Vicksburg. It sapped the sieging army's morale and cost it dearly. At the end of July, the Union Army undertook an ambitious operation that they hoped would lead to the fall of Petersburg and a quicker end to the war. Coal miners in a Pennsylvania regiment had dug a long mine shaft under Confederate lines, ending under a Confederate battery. The plan was to pack gunpowder under the battery and then blow it open. In the resulting confusion, Union troops would rush into the gap that the explosion would create in the Confederate lines. Major General Burnside's plan was to send in 2 brigades of the United States colored troops under Brigadier General Ferrero to lead the assault. Those brigades trained specifically for this task, to be ready to handle the confusion that would surely result from the explosion. One would go around the crater on the right and one on the left. They would seize key strategic positions while Burnside followed behind with troops to head to Petersburg. But at the last moment, Major General Meade ordered that the black brigades not be used to lead the assault, claiming that if the assault failed and the black troops were killed, there would be too much political fallout. The white troops who were given the task were weary from manning the front lines for weeks. Their commander was undistinguished, and there were rumors that he was a drunk. The massive explosion in the mine killed hundreds of Confederate troops, and so stunned the others that they did not direct concentrated fire on the enemy for 15 minutes. Unfortunately, the Union troops newly assigned to lead attack were unprepared for the explosion and waited 10 minutes before leaving their own trenches. And when they reached the site of the explosion, rather than go around it, they went into the crater and used it as a rifle pit. By this time, the Confederates had regrouped and began firing down into the pit. It was, to quote Confederate Brigadier General William Mahone, a turkey shoot. Although the plan had failed, Burnside did not recall the white troops. Instead, he sent in the USCT brigades to help. But now, it was impossible to go around the crater as the flanking fire from the enemy was too great. The black troops were driven into the pit as well, trapped. For the next few hours, the men in the pit, black and white, were slaughtered by Confederate rifle and artillery fire. Panicked soldiers trampled their own men in a desperate effort to escape. Eventually, Union troops were able to draw Confederate forces away so that survivors could escape the pit. But the Union lost 5,300 men in that battle, about half from the USCT. Grant would later testify,
General Burnside wanted to put his colored division in front, and I believe if he had done so, it would have been a success. Still, I agreed with General Meade as to his objections to the plan. General Meade said that if we put the colored troops in front, we only had one division, and it should prove a failure. It would then be said, and very properly, that we were shoving these people ahead to get killed because we did not care anything about them.
While Grant, Meade, and Butler maneuvered against Lee in central Virginia, and Sherman marched against Johnston on his way to Atlanta, Grant still needed someone to deal with Jubal Early in the Shenandoah Valley. After turning from Washington in mid-July, Early defeated a Union force outside of Winchester, Virginia. He pushed Brigadier General George Crook out of the valley and back across the Potomac. He sent a cavalry raid up into Pennsylvania, burning Chambersburg. Grant needed a new commander in the valley who could take on Early and fight. He selected General Philip Sheridan. Sheridan and Early maneuvered around each other for a month before Sheridan struck on September 19th near Winchester, Virginia. Early's forces were dispersed, but Sheridan brought his full 40,000-man force. The Yankees pushed the rebels back, marking a turning point in the war in the valley. Sheridan, still commanding a force 3 times the size of Early's, defeated the Confederates again at Fisher's Hill a few days later. Early withdrew his troops to Waynesboro. With Early's forces withdrawn, Sheridan's began a march down the valley that seemed a prelude to Sherman's march to the sea that would take place 2 months later. His army burned crops, mills, barns, and factories, which locals would long after call the Burning. It was important for the Union to make sure Early's forces were not reinforced. Not only did Grant seek to pin Lee's forces to Richmond, he was also hoping Lee would move some of the troops defending Petersburg up to defend the Confederate capital. The 10th and 18th Corps were both part of the Army of the James, commanded by Benjamin Butler. Butler recommended that Brigadier General Charles Payne's USCTs lead the attacks, wanting to give the troops a chance to show their worth. On September 29, 1864, 3 brigades of USCTs crossed the James River at Deep Bottom and soon took heavy fire from Confederate defenders. The rifle and artillery fire was intense, and the Confederates were protected by marshy land and thick breastworks. The brigades made multiple attempts to break through the lines, only to be repulsed or pinned down. But they kept hammering, and eventually the defenders fell back. In a little over an hour of fighting, Payne's USCTs took 800 casualties. As their white officers fell, black sergeants and corporals took command and led their companies forward. Their Their determination and valor earned the Medal of Honor for 14 of the African American soldiers. Meanwhile, west of Newmarket Heights, the 18th Corps was assaulting Fort Harrison. They were able to take the fort, but go no further. Lee shifted his forces, reinforcing his lines north of the James. A Confederate counterattack on September 30th failed, and the Army settled into the trench warfare on this new line closer to Richmond. But as Grant had hoped, Lee shifted troops from Petersburg to defend this threat to the Confederate capital. But Grant's hope that the actions would keep Early from being reinforced in the valley proved false.
The valley was so very important, however, to the Confederate Army that, contrary to our expectations, they determined to make one more strike and save it if possible before the supply should be all destroyed. Reinforcements were sent therefore to Early.
While Sheridan was in Washington, meeting with the War Department in mid-October, Early positioned himself to attack Sheridan's forces at Cedar Creek, about 20 miles south of Winchester. Grant writes,
Sheridan, having left Washington on the 18th, reached Winchester that night. The following morning, he started to join his command. He had scarcely gotten out of town when he met his men returning in a panic from the front.
Jubal Early's Army of the Valley had launched a brilliantly successful surprise attack before dawn on October 19th. 7 Union infantry divisions had been pushed back as the Confederate forces swept up prisoners and seized artillery. Sheridan was now running into the panic-stricken, routed troops who were now in full retreat. The Battle of Cedar Creek was an overwhelming Confederate victory, or so it seemed.
The road was thickly lined with unhurt men, who, having got far enough to the rear to be out of danger, had halted without any organization and began cooking coffee. But when they saw me, they abandoned their coffee, threw up their hats, shouldered their muskets, and as I passed along, turned to follow with enthusiasm and cheers.
Early, having seemingly won the day by 10 a.m., had called a halt to the advance. His men plundered the Union camp and moved no further. By 4 p.m., Sheridan had whipped his own army back into shape and smashed into Early's line. As Early's left flank faltered, Union General George Armstrong Custer, yes, that Custer, drove his cavalry around and into the rear of the Confederate forces, threatening their escape route across Cedar Creek. As they withdrew, a bridge collapsed, preventing the rebels from carrying either the captured Union guns or even most of their own. Early blamed the defeat on his men, but his officers blamed the decision to call a halt after their initial success in the morning. Regardless, the battle had turned from a humiliating rout of the Union forces into a crushing blow to the Confederate war effort. They would never again command the Shenandoah Valley in the same way, nor threaten the North with invasion. Sheridan's success in the Valley and the capture of Atlanta turned the tide in the election of 1864. He had faced both the Democratic candidate, the former commander of the Army of the Potomac, General George McClellan, and a challenger within his own party, General John Fremont. Fremont was supported by radical Republicans who were impatient with his actions so far against slavery. Fremont eventually saw that the Democratic Party's willingness to pursue peace at almost any cost meant that dividing the anti-slavery vote could mean disaster for the abolitionist cause. He withdrew his nomination and endorsed Lincoln in September as part of a backroom political deal, and, not coincidentally, after Sherman had captured Atlanta. Dolly Lunt Burge, the widow who wrote of Sherman's soldiers plundering her plantation on their march to the sea, wrote on the day of the election.
Today will probably decide the fate of the Confederacy. If Lincoln is re-elected, I think our fate will be a hard one. But we are in the hands of a merciful God. And if he sees that we are in the wrong, I trust that he will show it unto us.
Lincoln and his running mate Andrew Johnson won 55% of the popular vote and 91% of the electoral vote. With Lincoln's re-election, the trajectory of the war would not abate. The vice would continue to close, and an end was fast approaching for the Confederacy. Actions around Petersburg and Richmond continued through the fall and even into winter. A series of skirmishes and smaller battles were occasionally producing victories for the Confederacy, but were wearing away at Lee's resources. September through December 1864 brought the campaign and battles of Franklin and Nashville, also known as Hood's Tennessee Campaign. Hood hoped to be able to finally defeat and turn back north the two Union armies under the command of Majors General John Schofield and George H. Thomas before they could converge and join forces. At the Battle of Spring Hill on November 29th, confusingly coordinated Confederate attacks did little to slow the Union advance, and the next day, Hood's Confederates mimicked Longstreet's assault at the Battle of Gettysburg more than a year earlier with a series of futile frontal assaults against entrenched Union troops in the sad, destructive Battle of Franklin. Hood's men bled and battered and suffered, but General Schofield still advanced and successfully linked with General Thomas's army in Nashville, Tennessee. December 15th and 16th brought another bloody conflict, the Battle of Nashville, where this combined Union army attacked Hood's depleted ranks and routed and drove these Confederates into a retreat into Mississippi and effectively out of the war. Winter in Virginia, Grant and Lee locking horns in a siege of Richmond and Petersburg, passed slowly. By March of 1865, the Army of Northern Virginia had been seriously weakened. After 4 years of war, rebel soldiers were worn down. Food shortages and disease had taken their toll, and more men were disappearing in the night, leaving behind a shrunken army. Lee now had about 50,000 men in Petersburg. Grant had more than twice that number. And things were about to get worse for Lee. Sheridan's force had just beaten Early for good at the Battle of Waynesboro, which meant that Sheridan and 50,000 more Union soldiers were likely on the march to support Grant. And while Sheridan was coming from the valley, Sherman was coming up from the Carolinas. Should all these Union forces converge on Petersburg, Lee would be outnumbered 4-1. Lee ordered what would be the last real attempt to break the siege. On March 25th, Major General John Gordon led about 12,000 men in a surprise pre-dawn assault against the Union right flank at Fort Stedman. The initial assault was successful, the men capturing the fort. Many of his hungry soldiers took the opportunity to eat Union rations that were left behind. But once nearby Union artillery realized that their men were clear of Fort Stedman, they turned all their fire upon it. The Confederates were driven out, taking heavy casualties. The fort was retaken. Despite its initial success, the assault on Fort Stedman cost Lee's army another 4,000 casualties, 4 times the number on the Union side. And Lee simply could not afford these losses. More losses were to come. Sheridan was now less than 20 miles southwest of Petersburg, trying to flank Lee's defensive line. On a rainy, muddy March 31st, Confederate Major General George Pickett's infantry and Major General Fitzhugh Lee's cavalry divisions drove Sheridan's cavalry corps back off of its advance. Fighting elsewhere and muddy conditions prevented infantry support being sent to Sheridan. But Pickett didn't follow his successful assault with another strike. He pulled back to the intersection called Five Forks, and received a dispatch from Robert E. Lee that he was to hold Five Forks at all hazards.
General Grant directed me to go to Sheridan and explain what was taking place. I found Sheridan a little north of Dinwiddie Court House and gave him an account of matters on the left of the Army of the Potomac. He said he had one of the liveliest days in his experience fighting infantry and cavalry with cavalry only, that he was concentrating his command on the high ground just north of Dinwiddie and would hold the position at all hazards. He did not stop here, but becoming more and more animated in describing the situation and stating his views and intentions. He declared his belief that with the Corps of Infantry he expected to be put under his command, he could take the initiative the next morning and cut off the whole of the force that Lee had detached.
He said,
"The force is cut off from Lee's army, and not a man in it should ever be allowed to get back to Lee. We at last have drawn the enemy's infantry out of its fortifications, and this is our chance to attack it."
At 4 p.m., the Union assault began. But faulty intelligence led to one infantry division missing the Confederate line entirely, and the other, under Major General Ayres, was exposed to flanking fire.
Sheridan now began to exhibit those traits that always made him such a tower of strength in the presence of the enemy. He put his spurs to his horse and dashed along in front from left to right, shouting words of encouragement.
The battle, soon known as the Waterloo of the Confederacy, was a tragic defeat for Lee's men, and General Pickett's loss in prisoners was untenable.
The general, as was expected, asked his usual question: "How many prisoners have been taken?" This was always his first inquiry when an engagement was reported. No man ever had such a fondness for taking prisoners. Much better to win in this way than by the destruction of human life. I was happy to report that the prisoners this time were estimated at over 5,000. And this was only part of my recital that seemed to call forth a responsive expression from his usually impassive features.
The jubilant Union command guessed correctly that Sheridan's success at Five Forks was the beginning of the end. The next day, Union troops would break through the Petersburg line, and both Petersburg and Richmond, the capital of the Confederacy, would be abandoned. In less than 10 days' time, Grant and Lee would face each other at Appomattox Court House. A meeting that would lead to joyful celebrations all across the North. Celebrations that would end with a bullet. Joy that would turn to mournful rage and a desire for retribution as the nation moved from civil war to Reconstruction.
With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
We kept up a continuous artillery fire upon the enemy around the whole line, including that north of the James River, until it was light enough to move, which was about 4:45 in the morning. At that hour, Parks and Wright's Corps moved out as directed, brushed the abattis from their front as they advanced under a heavy fire of musketry and artillery, and went without flinching directly on till they mounted the parapets and threw themselves inside the enemy's line.
Following the Confederate loss at Five Forks, Grant determined to strike hard at Petersburg. He ordered continuous artillery fire along the enemy line throughout the night of April 1st. At 4 o'clock in the morning, on April 2nd, the 9th and 6th Corps would attack along their respective fronts. the 6th Corps assaulted the Confederate trenches along Boydton Plank Road. The 9th Corps was to strike at Confederate-held Fort Mahone. Major Oliver Bobbyshell was with the 48th Infantry Regiment in the 9th Corps and described the assault on Fort Mahone, or as he named it, Fort Hell.
4 o'clock on the morning of the 2nd, a heavy artillery fire was opened all along the rebel lines. Skirmishers were pushed forward, and at 4:30 the troops advanced with great alacrity and enthusiasm upon the rebel fortifications. Only half rationed and with scalding coffee hastily swallowed, the 48th moved toward the rear of Fort Hell. With a savage rush, the rebel picket line was reached and captured without much of a struggle. The rebel Fort Mahone's guns belched a very inferno of shot and shell into the ranks. On pushed the boys, determined to capture the dire old tormentor who had troubled them so the winter long. The attack was almost impetuous.
The initial attack of the 9th Corps was successful, capturing 3 Confederate batteries. The Southerners were low on manpower. Their line was stretched thin. But the Confederate trench works that had hampered Union offensives so often slowed progress to a halt. Then, the Confederates were able to turn their own heavy guns onto the Federals. But as Bobbyshell of the 48th Regiment describes it, the Union troops did not stop fighting.
General Curtin, apparently unconcerned under the tempest of shot and shell poured into the command, had the regimental colors brought to him. The men rallied around their standard and, led by the brave Curtin, renewed the assault, pushed through the obstructing abattis, over the moat, scaled the earthworks, securing a lodgment on the walls. Along came the 39th New Jersey, the color bearer gallantly springing right into the midst of the rebels, an act of bravery that excited the admiration of all who witnessed it. Captain John L. Williams of Company F shouted, "Forward, boys, and save the Jersey colors." With one bound, the men sprang forward. A hand-to-hand encounter ensued, which lasted but a moment. The rebels were overpowered. The fort was captured, and the enemy driven beyond it for a considerable distance.
The 9th Corps had overrun the Confederate trenches, but Southern resistance was fierce. It was hours before they could overcome Fort Mahone and hold it, and that was due in large part to the success of the 6th Corps. The 6th faced Lieutenant General A.P. Hill's Corps of veterans, but again, the Confederate line was thin. Before dawn, the 6th had smashed a hole in the Confederate line at Boydton Plank Road. Into that hole poured the 24th Corps. They crossed Boydton Plank Road, headed north. Before they could reach the city, the 24th had to overcome Forts Gregg and Whitworth. They were able to capture both in hard fighting. The battle cost the South another of its generals. A.P. Hill had rushed to the scene upon learning that the Union forces had broken through his line. He attempted to rally his men, but instead was shot and killed. Sergeant Major Osborne of Carolina wrote later,
About 11 a.m., a battery to the right of Fort Mahone could be spared to run around that rear of the fort. It was quick work. For less than 30 minutes, there was not one wounded Yankee left. They retreated down the ravine, not stopping until they reached their works. The open space of Fort Mahone was literally covered with blue-coated corpses.
With that one break through the Confederate lines, the Southern defenses around the city were indeed untenable. After 9 long months of trench warfare that would not be seen again until World War I, the siege of Petersburg was over. The Confederate forces had withdrawn into the city's inner defenses. Grant planned another artillery bombardment to begin at 5 a.m. on April 3rd, followed by another assault an hour later. but General Robert E. Lee evacuated the city in the night. Lee retreated to the west, hoping to link up with General Joseph E. Johnston's forces in North Carolina. But his own army was disintegrating, shedding deserters as it marched. Whatever else it might still have, the Confederacy did not have enough men to fight the North. The Southern forces were worn out. But in truth, there was one source of manpower to which they could still turn to fill their ranks: slaves. The Union had been recruiting African American men, both slaves and free blacks, since the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863. In fact, some all-black fighting units were organized even before that time. A large concentration of the United States colored troops were involved in the siege of Petersburg. 15 of these men would earn the Medal of Honor for their fighting. So if the North, which certainly had its own racial prejudices to overcome, recognized the value of African Americans as soldiers, why couldn't Southerners? A few Southerners did. In December 1863, Confederate General Patrick Cleburne prepared a memo to his fellow officers. Cleburne argued that, given the overwhelming numerical superiority of the Union forces, Southerners must be willing to give up their slaves rather than become slaves themselves. Some of Cleburne's fellows agreed, but others were outraged, even calling him a traitor. Eventually, though, the memo found its way to President Jefferson Davis. His cabinet reacted so harshly that Davis instructed Joseph Johnston, commander of the Army of the Tennessee, to squash all discussion of Cleburne's suggestion. As the war dragged on, however, more Southerners began to consider the possibility of offering slaves freedom for service in the Confederate Army. By late 1864, General Robert E. Lee and Secretary of State Judah Benjamin were pushing to give slaves freedom if they would fight for the Confederacy. Although most were still outraged by the idea, the Confederate Congress finally approved a plan for enlisting slaves on March 13, 1865. The Confederacy managed to quickly assemble 2 companies of black soldiers, but they never saw combat. Once Lee was forced to evacuate Petersburg, it was no longer possible to hold Richmond. The capital of the Confederacy had to be surrendered. As President Jefferson Davis sat in church on April 2nd, he received a dispatch from Lee. Petersburg would fall. Richmond would follow. The Confederate government must evacuate immediately. Davis and his cabinet fled Richmond on the last available railroad line. They brought with them the city's defenders, the treasury, and whatever records that they could carry. Everything else that might be of military, industrial, or intelligence value was burned. As the soldiers retreated, their orders were to burn the armory, the bridges, the warehouses, and any supplies remaining. The fire spread out of control, destroying large portions of the city. As historian James McPherson wrote, "Southerners burned more of their own capital than the enemy had burned of Atlanta or Columbia." Finally, the next day, the Richmond mayor went out to the Union lines just east of the city and officially surrendered the capital. Union troops then extinguished the fires set by the Confederates. General Grant described the situation his army found.
I received a dispatch from General Weitzel which notified me that he had taken possession of Richmond at about 8:15 o'clock in the morning of that day, the 3rd, and that he had found the city on fire in 2 places. The city was in most utter confusion. The authorities had taken the precaution to empty all the liquor into the gutter and to throw out the provisions which the Confederate government had left for the people to gather up. The city had been deserted by the authorities, civil and military, without any notice whatever that they were about to leave. In fact, the very hour of the evacuation, the people had been led to believe that Lee had gained an important victory somewhere around Petersburg.
President Abraham Lincoln was visiting General Grant at the time that Petersburg and then Richmond had fallen. On April 4th, he and his young son Tad toured the fallen capital. An aide-de-camp of General Weitzel named Thomas Graves assisted with Lincoln's tour.
The president had arrived about 9 o'clock at the landing called Rockets upon Admiral Porter's flagship, the Malvern. As soon as the boat was made fast without ceremony, he walked on shore and started uptown. As soon as Admiral Porter was informed of it, he ordered a guard of Marines to follow as an escort. But in he walked of about 2 miles, they never saw him, and he was directed by Negroes. At the Davis house, he was shown into the reception room with a remark that the housekeeper had said that the room was President Davis's office. As he seated himself, he remarked, "This must have been President Davis's chair." And crossing his legs, he looked far off with a serious, dreamy expression.
The war seemed all but over, but the dying was not yet finished. General Sheridan's cavalry blocked Lee's flight southwest to join Johnston again and again. Meanwhile, the Union Army maintained its pursuit. And on April 3rd, a cavalry division under Brigadier General George Armstrong Custer struck Lee's rear guard at Namazine Creek. Both sides took losses, but Custer's men were able to take 350 prisoners, plus 100 horses and an artillery piece. Another Union cavalry brigade burned supply wagons and skirmished with Confederate forces at Amelia Springs on April 5th. The Army of the Potomac and the Army of Northern Virginia met for what would be their last significant battle on April 6th. Grant described the action.
The armies finally met on Sailor's Creek when a heavy engagement took place, in which infantry, artillery, and cavalry were all brought into action. Our men on the right, as they were brought in against the enemy, came in on higher ground, and upon his flank, giving us every advantage to be derived from the lay of the country. The enemy's loss was very heavy, as well in killed and wounded as in captures. Some 6 general officers fell into our hands in this engagement, and 7,000 men were made prisoners.
With those losses, Lee had run out of options. He struggled to reach supply trains at Appomattox Station, but those had already been captured by Custer's cavalry. Grant wrote,
"The Confederates were surprised to find our cavalry had possession of the trains. However, they were desperate and at once assaulted, hoping to recover them. In the melee that ensued, they succeeded in burning one of the trains, but not in getting anything from it. Custer then ordered the other trains run back on the road toward Farmville, and the fight continued. A sharp engagement ensued, but Lee quickly set up a white flag."
Grant and Lee had already been exchanging messages, with Grant hoping to avoid further conflict. With the supply trains lost, Lee was finally ready to discuss terms of surrender. They met in the village of Appomattox Court House at the home of Wilmer McLean. Brevet Brigadier General Horace Porter described the meeting.
The contrast between the two commanders was striking, as they sat 10 feet apart. General Grant, then nearly 43 years of age, was 5 feet 8 inches in height, with shoulders slightly stooped. He had on a single-breasted blouse made of dark blue flannel, unbuttoned in the front. He wore an ordinary pair of top boots with his trousers inside. The boots and portions of his clothes were spattered with mud. He had no sword, and a pair of shoulder straps was all there was to designate his rank. In fact, aside from these, his uniform was that of a private soldier. Lee, on the other hand, was fully 6 feet in height, quite erect for one of his age. His hair and full beard were a silver gray and quite thick. He wore a new uniform of Confederate gray, buttoned up to the throat and at his side he carried a long sword of exceedingly fine workmanship, the hilt studded with jewels.
Grant offered lenient terms of surrender. Lee's men would pledge not to take up arms against the government of the United States. Arms and artillery would be turned over to Grant's army, but officers would be allowed to keep their sidearms, private horses, and baggage. They would then be permitted to return home undisturbed.
This will have the best possible effect upon the men. It will be very gratifying and will do much toward conciliating our people.
Grant also promised to send Lee's men, who were desperately undersupplied and hungry, 25,000 rations. As Lee left the McLean house, some of Grant's soldiers began to cheer and fire celebratory shots into the air. Grant ordered them to cease.
The war is over. The rebels are our countrymen again, and the best sign of rejoicing after the victory will be to abstain from all demonstrations in the field.
Everyone present at the surrender was aware that they were present at a momentous point in history. Grant's policy of reconciliation was in keeping with his commander-in-chief's. Throughout the war, Lincoln was thinking about how to bring the rebel states back into the Union as quickly and smoothly as possible. The 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery, had been passed by the U.S. Senate on April 8, 1864, and it passed the House on January 31, 1865. On December 18th of that year, it would be adopted into the Constitution. The Confederate States would be returning to a very different Union from the one that they had left. Lincoln wanted to make it relatively easy for states to return to the fold. His policy was based on the belief that states could not, in fact, secede from the Union. They did not need to be readmitted, they merely needed to be restored to their proper state. His December 1863 proclamation of amnesty and Reconstruction, in addition to pardoning almost all Confederates, required only that 10% of a state's voting population take an oath of loyalty to the United States, and then vote to reestablish a legitimate Republican government. New state governments would have to abolish slavery. The 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery in the United States, had already passed the Senate and the House. 3 states, Louisiana, Tennessee, and Arkansas, had already met Lincoln's requirements and established Lincoln governments. Congress resented Lincoln's 10% solution. Most wanted significantly harsher terms imposed upon the states in rebellion. They disagreed with Lincoln's belief that these states had not left the Union, and they believed that readmittance should not be easy. Radical Republicans had passed the Wade-Davis Bill in 1864. That bill would require a majority of the state's voters to take an ironclad oath, proclaiming not only their future loyalty to the Union, but swearing that they had never personally supported the Confederacy. Since roughly 4 out of 5 white males of military age in the South had fought for the Confederacy, this requirement was an impossibility. He wanted to maintain presidential control over the restoration of the states, so he tried to accomplish as much as possible while he could claim the authority given to the president in times of war. On April 14, 1865, Lincoln met with his cabinet to discuss Reconstruction and how to treat Confederate leaders after the war. Lincoln was clear. "I hope there will be no persecution, no bloody work after the war is over. No one need expect me to take part in hanging or killing those men, and even the worst of them. Frighten them out of the country, open the gates, let down the bars, scare them off. Enough lives have been sacrificed. We must extinguish our resentments if we expect harmony and union." There has been too much desire on the part of some of our friends to be masters, to interfere with and dictate to those states, to treat the people not as fellow citizens, and there is too little respect for their rights. I do not sympathize in these feelings. Less than 12 hours after making that statement, President Abraham Lincoln escorted his wife into Ford's Theater to attend a play. The mood was festive in light of recent events. The war was not technically over, but the end was near. Mr. and Mrs. Lincoln had even begun discussing what they might do now that the mountainous burden of civil war was removed from his shoulders. Then a little after 10 p.m., stage actor John Wilkes Booth fired a bullet into the president's head. Booth and a group of co-conspirators planned the assassination of Lincoln, Vice President Andrew Johnson, Secretary of State William Seward, General Grant, and others. They hoped to revive the Confederacy's spirits while General Joseph Johnston's army was still free and fighting. Booth's co-conspirators failed, though Seward and his son were wounded. But President Lincoln died the next day, April 15th, 1865. Andrew Johnson was sworn in as president at 11 a.m. on the 15th, about 4 hours after Lincoln breathed his last. After John Wilkes Booth was killed by his pursuers in late April, President Johnson established a military commission to try the surviving conspirators. They were tried, convicted, and several were executed before summer's end. Not surprisingly, people of the North and South reacted very differently to the assassination of Lincoln, as can be seen in diaries from the period. Caroline Richards of New York wrote on April 15th, Kate Stone of Louisiana, whose family had fled to Texas during the war, had a very different response. On April 28th, she writes,
"We hear that Lincoln is dead. All honor to J. Wilkes Booth, who has rid the world of a tyrant and made himself famous for generations."
Then on May 15th, she adds,
Poor Booth, to think he fell at last. Many a true heart at the South weeps for his death. Lincoln's fate overtook him in the flush of his triumph, on the pinnacle of his fame, or rather infamy. We are glad he is not alive to rejoice in our humiliation and insult us by his jokes.
Certainly not all Southerners had quite that reaction. Sarah Morgan of Louisiana wrote,
"Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. This is murder. God have mercy on those who did it. And because I know that they would have apotheosized any man who had crucified Jeff Davis, I abhor this and call it foul murder, unworthy of our cause. And God grant it was only the temporary insanity of a desperate man that committed this crime. Let not his blood be visited on our nation, Lord."
Though Southerners such as Kate Stone might record private celebrations at Lincoln's death, those living in areas occupied by Union troops decided that they should at least appear to be in mourning. Sarah Morgan noted that the more thankful her neighbors seemed to be about Lincoln's death, the more ostentatiously they draped their homes in black. And many Southerners recognized that the assassination of Lincoln could mean disaster for former Confederates, now that the Union victory seemed inevitable. One such Southerner was the President of the Confederacy. Jefferson Davis had fled to Charlotte, North Carolina, which would for a short time be the final capital of the Confederacy. When told of Lincoln's assassination, Davis said,
I certainly had no special regard for Mr. Lincoln, but there are a great many men of whose end I would much rather have heard than his. I fear it will be disastrous for our people, and I regret it deeply.
Davis was right to be concerned, for the people of the North felt as much rage as they did sorrow at Lincoln's murder. The desire for retribution to punish the South was strong. After Lincoln's death, writer Herman Melville captured the anger and sorrow of the North and the trepidations of the South in his poem, The Martyr.
Good Friday was the day of the prodigy and crime, when they killed him in his pity, when they killed him in his prime, of clemency and calm, when with yearning he was filled, to redeem the evil-willed, and though conqueror be kind. But they killed him in his kindness, in their madness and their blindness, and they killed him from behind. There is sobbing of the strong and a pall upon the land, but the people in their weeping bear the iron hand. Beware the people weeping when they bear the iron hand. He lieth in his blood, the Father in his face. They have killed him, the forgiver. The avenger takes his place. The avenger wisely stern, who in righteousness shall do what the heavens call him to, and the parricides remand, for they killed him in his kindness, in their madness and their blindness, and his blood is on their hand. There is sobbing of the strong and a pall upon the land, but the people in their weeping bear the iron hand.
Jefferson Davis would soon get a sense of the people's anger as the war came to its end. Though it is common to think of Lee's surrender at Appomattox as the end of the Civil War, in truth, the largest Confederate army with almost 90,000 men was still in the field under Joseph E. Johnston. On April 17th, 2 days after Lincoln's death, Union General William Tecumseh Sherman met with General Johnston to discuss Johnston's surrender. Sherman received word of Lincoln's death only moments before meeting with Johnston. He later wrote,
As soon as we were alone together, I showed him the dispatch announcing Mr. Lincoln's assassination and watched him closely. The perspiration came out in large drops on his forehead, and he did not attempt to conceal his distress. He denounced the act as a disgrace to the age and hoped I did not charge it to the Confederate government. I told him I could not believe that he, or General Lee, or officers of the Confederate Army could possibly be privy to acts of assassination. But I would not say as much for Jeff Davis. I then told him that I had recently had an interview with General Grant and President Lincoln, and that I was possessed of their views. That with them, and the people North, there seemed to be no vindictive feeling against the Confederate armies, but there was against Davis and his political adherents.
Sherman sought an agreement similar to Grant's and Lee's, pertaining strictly to the military. But President Davis pushed for Johnston to get more of a treaty than simply terms of military surrender. He wanted political promises, such as agreements to recognize existing state governments and guarantees of property, while making no mention of accepting the end of slavery. Sherman, in keeping with what he believed Lincoln would have wanted, agreed to the terms, though he acknowledged that he did not have final authority. When the terms were sent to Washington, he discovered that the mood at the White House was now very different than a week earlier, before a man calling himself a Southern patriot murdered the president. The new president, formerly Vice President Andrew Johnson, ordered Sherman to agree only to purely military terms of surrender, which Johnston accepted. Jefferson Davis did not want to give up the fight. Brigadier General Basil Duke wrote about a meeting between Davis and a handful of brigadier generals days after Johnston's surrender.
After some conversation of a general nature, he said, It is time that we adopt some definite plan upon which the further prosecution of our struggle shall be conducted. I have summoned you for consultation." After we had each given, at his request, a statement of the equipment and condition of our respective commands, Mr. Davis proceeded to declare his conviction that the cause was not lost any more than hope of American liberty had gone amid the sorest trials and most disheartening reverses of the revolutionary struggle, but that energy, courage, and consistency might yet save all. "Even," he said, "if the troops now with me be all that I can for the present rely on, 3,000 brave men are enough for a nucleus around which the whole people will rally when the panic which now afflicts them has passed away." He then asked that I should make suggestions in regard to the future conduct of the war. We looked at each other in amazement and with a feeling a little akin to trepidation, for we hardly knew how we should give expression to views diametrically opposed to those he had uttered.
Davis's generals knew that the war was over. Soon Davis would realize it as well. On May 10, 1865, Jefferson Davis was captured in Irwin County, Georgia. He would remain in prison for 2 years. He was released on bail, and the federal government eventually dropped its case. With the war over and Lincoln dead, what was to happen with Reconstruction? Lincoln and the radical Republicans in Congress had struggled with each other over Reconstruction. Lincoln wanted it done quickly. He was adamant that states must accept the effects of the Emancipation Proclamation and outlaw slavery in their constitutions. But he wanted their return into the federal fold to be otherwise as smooth as possible. The radical Republicans had a much harsher view of how the rebellious states might be reconstructed. Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts, who before the war had been brutally beaten on the Senate floor by a Southern congressman, believed that they had committed state suicide and should be treated as conquered land. He strongly objected to Lincoln's lenient policy. But if he found Lincoln's plan too lenient, Johnson's policies completely outraged him. Under Johnson, the Southern states quickly set up new Johnson governments, recognized by the federal government. The states quickly passed black codes, which denied freedmen the right to vote, serve on juries, or testify against whites in court. They could not overturn the 13th Amendment, but they could resist it in spirit. Major General William Tecumseh Sherman, in January 1865, had issued Special Field Order No. 15, which provided land to former slaves. Heads of households would get 40 acres of land which had once been part of a plantation. Some would also get the use of a Union Army mule for plowing. About 40,000 slaves were settled on land under this order, but it did not last. Sherman's order had been made as a wartime measure, and for the policy to continue, the civil government would need to take similar action. Instead, in the fall of 1865, President Johnson rescinded Sherman's order. We can never know how Lincoln might have handled Reconstruction after the war, or how he would have managed the relationship with Congress. But we do know that Andrew Johnson's inability to work with Congress, his patent racism, and his clear unwillingness to support the rights of 4 million freed slaves meant that the executive branch lost all control over Reconstruction. Throughout Johnson's presidency, Congress would take action, such as creating the Freedmen's Bureau. Johnson would veto the act, and then Congress would override his veto. So how did these former slaves survive in the early years after the war? Their individual stories can help bring to light some of the issues they and the nation faced. In the 1930s, as part of the Works Progress Administration, 2,300 former slaves were interviewed about their lives before and after slavery. Here, Fannie Berry and Dora Roberts share their personal stories.
I was free long time before I knew it. My mistress still hired me out, till one day in talking to the woman she hired me to, God bless her soul, she told me, "Fanny, you are free. And I don't have to pay your master for you now. You stay with me." She didn't give me no money, but let me stay there, work for victuals and clothes, 'cause I ain't got nowhere to go.
After the war broke out, we was all carried up to the plantation in Early County to stay till after the war. The day the Emancipation was read, there was sadness and gladness. The old master, he called us all together, and with tears in his eyes, he said, "You is all free. And now you can go just where you please. I have no more jurisdiction over you. All who stay will be well cared for, but the most of us, we wanted to come back to be the place where we lived before, Liberty County." So he outfitted the wagons with horses and mules and give us what there was of provisions on the plantation and sent us on our way to the old plantation in Liberty County. We get in such a bad fix, some of the people died. It seemed like the old Lord must have heard the prayers of his children, for a long way down the road, we see our old master coming, and he brung men and horses to get us safely to the old home. And when we got up there, I never see him no more, 'cause he went back up in Early County.
Every freedman's story is unique, but they all tell of the hardships faced by a people moving from slavery to freedom. Some slaves fared better than others due to their own skills or luck, or due to a sense of responsibility to their own former masters. But it was clear that the nation could not rely on all former masters to demonstrate such compassion. During the Reconstruction era, the federal government dissolved the governments of most of the former Confederate states and managed the states through the Freedmen's Bureau, which was a branch of the military. The Freedmen's Bureau was established to help former slaves obtain food, medicine, housing, education, and land to aid in the difficult transition from slavery to freedom. Initially, the Bureau's focus was on providing the basic necessities for survival: emergency food, housing, and medical aid. But its larger role was to help freed slaves get an education and find work, and try to ensure fairness in labor contracts. Prior to the Civil War, none of the Southern states had any kind of universal public school system. The Freedmen's Bureau took on the task of establishing Southern schools for former slaves to teach basic literacy. By 1870, over 1,000 of these schools were operating across the South. They also established 24 colleges and institutes of higher learning for African American youth. Many of these historically black colleges and universities are still operating today. Another issue was that since these freedmen were no longer slaves, they would count as full citizens in the determination of representation in Congress, rather than the 3/5 of a person. But would they be allowed to vote? If they were not, then the voting power and representation of white Southerners would be even more disproportionate to Northern voters than it was before the war. Yet few in the South were willing to give African Americans the right to vote. Southern Democrats were angered by the federal control of their states. Many took their anger out on the freedmen. Some whites formed secret societies to resist and disrupt the new order. These vigilante groups, the most infamous being the Ku Klux Klan, included former Confederate soldiers and were essentially insurgent forces in opposition to the federal government. They used terrorist tactics of violence and intimidation to keep blacks and white Republicans from voting. The Ku Klux Klan would attack at night, wearing masks and robes to hide their identities. They intimidated workers for the Freedmen's Bureau. Across the South, thousands of African Americans and white Republicans were killed by members of the Ku Klux Klan and similar organizations. Former General, now Senator, Benjamin Butler drafted legislation referred to as the Ku Klux Klan Act. Another former general, President Ulysses S. Grant, signed it into law. The act authorized the use of federal troops rather than state militias to enforce the law in the South. It also empowered the federal courts to try Klan cases and authorized the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. Grant took full advantage of these powers and dismantled the Klan. It would be several decades before the organization would rise again. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 granted citizenship to all persons born in the United States, with equal rights regardless of color. This act was passed over the veto of President Johnson, and the policy was further cemented into law by constitutional amendments. The 14th and 15th Amendments clarified that the blacks were expected to have the same rights as white citizens. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, stated that all persons born in the U.S. are citizens of the country and of the state in which they live. It further required states to provide equal protection under the law to all their citizens and prohibited states from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, prohibited any state or local government from denying citizens the right to vote based on race, color, or having been a slave. It is certainly true that governments stretched and broke these restrictions over the following decades. But the amendments gave African Americans and others the tools needed to eventually force state and local governments into compliance. Therefore, blacks gained the vote across the southern states and began putting African Americans into elected office. During this period, hundreds of African Americans were elected to state legislatures. 21 were elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, including 10 former slaves, and 2 were sent to the U.S. Senate, one of them a former slave. But these gains did not last. Once southern states were redeemed and freed from federal oversight, they began finding ways to restrict the new rights of black citizens. The KKK and similar organizations had suppressed the black vote in the late 1860s and 1870s. In the 1890s, states created new constitutions that changed voter registration in ways that effectively stripped the right to vote from most blacks and many poor whites. Most prominent were literacy tests and poll taxes. Literacy tests should not have kept most blacks from voting, since the schools created by the Freedmen's Bureau had succeeded in driving down the illiteracy rate amongst the blacks. But some literate blacks were often unable to pass literacy tests administered by white voter registrars. In some cases, grandfather clauses were added to the voting requirements, allowing a man to register to vote if his grandfather had possessed the right to vote. This allowed illiterate whites to skip the tests, but could not help black citizens whose grandfathers had been slaves. African American leaders such as Booker T. Washington worked to have such practices challenged in court. But in the first years of the 20th century, the courts, as well as Congress, were not willing to fight Southern power on this issue. Successful challenges occurred in 1915, 1939, and 1944, throwing out pieces of the voting barriers that states had erected. But these states would then find new ways to reach the same goals. It would not be until the Civil Rights Movement, culminating in the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that these barriers would be swept aside and the intended goal of the 15th Amendment would be realized. Though the Civil War ended in 1865, it has never been far from our memory. And that memory itself quickly became a new kind of battleground, as interested parties sought to control the memories of what happened and why. Proponents of the Lost Cause movement, including Jefferson Davis himself, emphasized the noble character of Southern resistance to federal oppression. They minimized the importance of slavery, insisting that the war was only ever really about states' rights. Others focused on the emancipation of 4 million slaves and remember the war as being the only way, in hindsight, to free the slaves from their bondage and free the nation from its dependence on slavery. And still others looked past the arguments of who was right and sought to bind up the nation's wounds through a shared mourning for the over 600,000 killed in the war. Many Americans love and respect Abraham Lincoln as they do no other president. And many others feel that same love and pride when they look on an image of General Robert E. Lee. And odd as it may seem, many Americans love and honor both men. Thousands of Civil War landmarks and memorials, large and small, dot the country roads and rivers and bridges and towns of modern America. Every year, thousands of reenactors don Union and Confederate uniforms and replay the great and terrible battles of that war. Americans may never completely reconcile their feelings toward the Civil War and its participants, but they will never forget.